to... I was going to say Danganronpa Thursday. It is, in fact, for once, not. Today's Danganronpa Tuesday. This is not going to be a recurrent change or anything. It just so happens that my birthday is on Thursday, and I feel like if I'm going to do a Thursday stream, it probably should be a little more interesting and lively than just doing a another Danganronpa stream. Still entertaining what my options for that are. There's a few things I'm thinking of doing. Will You'll find out as soon as that stream goes live. That's not today. Today is the class trial for case 2 of Danganronpa V3, which we arrived at, admittedly, a little quicker than I thought we would. I was kind of worried that it would take... Because I guess the Class 1 trial, the 4 episodes, was inclusive of the episode we did that was just the prologue, I suppose. But I was kind of worried that episode 2 would end up, or case 2 would end up being like 4 or 5 entire streams. So I was very pleasantly surprised with the pacing to find out it was, in fact, a much more manageable 3. And if that pattern does hold, I think that we can finish Danganronpa 3 in my human lifetime. Which is to say this year. Because I will not survive the end of 2025. I will be killed by a shadow man from Detective Conan. Or perhaps some kind of robotic bear. With that in mind, honestly, I don't really have a whole lot of preamble to discuss. If this is anything like last time, this case is going to run long enough that I will not want to linger too long. But while I check to make sure I posted links everywhere I'm going to, which I think I did. I did want to this time. I didn't do this last time. Last time I just discussed it because it seemed pretty obvious to me, even at the end of the instant the murder was uncovered. The range of suspects seems very obvious to me. However, before we go into this trial, I do want to actually talk a little bit about my thinking on who may or may not have done it. So, as you can see, I've made a very helpful little diagram of the pieces in play. I will give you a moment to marvel at it, at my artistic acuity. And we'll go over these, what my thinkings are on the case. So, all these little gubos, these little globos are the different characters who are enrolled at the Ultimate So-and-so Academy for Ultimate So-and-sos, whose name escapes me. The ones over here in this column, are rest in peace, are dead as fuck. This being Rantaro, Kaede, and I almost call him Shoyu. What's my problem? Hoshi. It's not soy sauce. What's my problem? These 3 are over in this column because they're fucking dead. They died. It's at least... So, in other Danganronpa games, it has been possible for this category to be misleading, and who knows if it will be or not in this game as well. However, for the purposes of the second case of like 4 or 5, it's safe to assume that these 3 over here have no functional bearing in the whodunit. Next are these 8. These are under the little white bear, the happy half. These are the presumed, the likely, pretty much guaranteed innocent ones. And the reason these guys are all guaranteed innocent, so we'll go over them. We've got Himiko, we've got Gonta, we've got Kibo, Anji, Tenko, Korekiyo, Shuichi, and Sumugi? It might just be Sumugi. These 8 are all definitely not it, because they were all present and accounted for the entire time at Insect Meet and Greet. They were all getting bugged on the whole time. So the only way it would be possible for them to have collectively killed Hoshi is if all 8 of them were co-conspirators in a murder, which is not a move I would put past Danganronpa, but I also think that's not going to happen in the second case of 4 or 5. I think they're keeping it pretty simple so far. So these 8, probably none of them did it. Which leaves our 5. That's 5 and 8. Yeah, it's 16 total. Our 5. I'm just making. I keep thinking I'm forgetting someone, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. These 5, however, are people who could hypothetically be the culprit, right? So you've got Maki, who is kind of off by herself in her lab, unaccounted for. We've got Kokichi, who was in the insect meet and greet for a lot of it, but did disappear for like 2 hours, in which he's only accounted for by seeing Kurumi down here. We've got Mew, who, after having evaded Gonta using her bug movies technique, was somewhere, who knows. We've got, oh my god, why am I blanking on your name? You're the most important character this time around. Kaito, whose presence is unaccounted for. And then we've got Kurumi, who was seen by Kokichi, and these 2 might have a mutually reinforcing, at least to an extent, a mutually reinforcing alibi, but we'd have to confirm it and then also leave in the possibility that they could be co-confirming each other's alibis and both have participated, whatever. Again, think that's kind of unlikely, so honestly, part of me would consider just moving those 2 over to the likely innocent column, but I leave them here because it is still technically... It would not be unreasonable for a reveal that either of those 2 killed them. Now, as we prepare to think about who did it, to go back over like the circumstances of the murder, we know that Hoshi died by drowning. He appeared in the piranha tank at the magic trick after having presumably spent some time in the pool room, which he got there from seemingly the prison, like the little prisoner bathroom kind of area in his tennis lab. What am I explaining here? The thing it seems to me like is the killer confronted him at some point in his lab, secured him, or he was already secured by his own power, with his little handcuffs, and somehow engineered a complicated pulley mechanism using the device that raises and lowers the piranha tank as an anchor to both send him out of his lab into the pool where he drowned, and then using the magic trick performance, relocate him from the pool into the piranha tank. This is what I think happened. Though this does also further limit our possibilities here, because I think the important thing is whoever did this would have had to have known about the magic show, obviously, and also have had a reasonable amount of understanding of the physical construction of the magic show, right? Like you would have had to know that the Baron, whatever the fuck it's called, the baton was sturdy enough to support that kind of weight to orient a murder plan around it, which kind of precludes anyone having just done that spur of the moment. You would have also had to do some actual math with the pulleys and levers and whatever the hell else, and like you're making kind of, again, like the first case, you're making kind of a complicated machine. Though I think this does kind of limit our range of suspects to people who were directly involved with the creation and operation of the magic show, right? So that would be Angie, Himiko, Kirumi, and Kaito. Angie and Himiko couldn't have done it, because as we've established, they were in insect meet and greet during the point in time where we believe that Hoshi was murdered. Which leaves just Kirumi and Kaito. It could be either of these 2. That being said, I think it was probably Kaito. Because darling little Shuichi here had like dialogue insinuating that his trust in Kaito was betrayed by Kaito. Um, Either that or Kaito's that's going to be an allusion to him having somehow covered up the true culprit intentionally for some reason or another. But B, Kaito was involved in the creation of the magic show. He helped move stuff around. He knew about the piranha tank thing. He knew the magic trick there. Because he had done tennis before, he knew about the use of the steel cord in keeping the net up, which was used in part of the pulling mechanism, presumably to move Hoshi over to the pool. And then because he helped set up the magic show, he would have known about the baton and that it was strong enough to use as an anchor for the other part of the pulley mechanism to deposit Hoshi in the piranha tank, eliminating the more obvious evidence of how exactly he died. So I'm coming into this thinking it's Kaito. That's where I'm at. Kaito, you little rat bastard. You're dumb hair. I'm assuming you're guilty now because you seem kind of guilty to me, in my humble onion. But it could still technically be any of these other four people. I'm excited to find out if it's somehow Miu or something, or if Kurumi did it because she just got sick of his ass. I don't know. It could still be any of them, but I think it's Kaito. That's where I'm coming in at. So let's get rid of this element. Now that I have regaled you with my theories. And let's actually get the game on, shall we? I should probably have, at some point in the last half hour, plugged in my PlayStation 5 controller. We can fix that right now, though. As I then go to open Danganronpa V3, Killing Harmony. I've played for 21 hours, not all of that on stream. Crazy. And just to check, is this? Yeah, there we go. Now it's in stream. I was worried for a second there. I got a big glass of tea, although this is going to be a class trial, so there might not actually be a whole lot of voice reading I have to do. So, real quick. Actually, because I haven't played this in quite a bit. We are going to go back over, see if, I'm guessing the handbook will show us the tutorials for that. No, it doesn't. I'm just going to have to remember how to do those if we get there. We are going to see if we can get any good extra skills in here. I can't afford that many fancy ones yet. As you can see, I still have the influence and focus ones. I have Mind's Eye and Life Over Death. I should go over the extra ones I added. So Power, Life Over, and Death makes it easier to push the opponent back during Blade Lock. This is because Blade Lock was by far the most annoying of the ones I had to do. So I want to have an easier time with that. Where is Mind's Eye? Reveals V points. I guess that's to make it easier for me to do those special attacks, which I'm going to try to do because it helps my score and looks cool. Then Kind Lie is the ability I got from Kokichi Oma for having maxed his social link. Influence drains slower while a lie bullet is loaded. I don't foresee this being hugely useful, but I also got this ability for free and didn't have to pay for it, and as you can see, I have a lot of slots to put abilities in. And there's really nothing else I need that I want. I don't think we've done this minigame yet still, which makes me worry it's going to be introduced during this one. But I also haven't run into the time penalty really at all, and it doesn't seem like failing is actually that huge of a deal. So I'm not going to worry about it. I also don't remember if we did this one or not. I feel like we didn't, honestly. I might just be misremembering, though. It's been like 3 weeks since we did the first case. But that's okay. This is still on mean and kind. Mean logic, kind action, because I'm a baby. I'm a freaking baby. But we're going to keep it that way, because even though I fucked up quite a lot during the first class trial, the punishment for failure is relatively minimal. I was thinking of disabling it when I was worried I'd have to like restart the entire 3-hour class trial from scratch. That doesn't seem to be how it works. So I'm just going to assume it continues being that generous as we figure out what's going on with this class trial.
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial.
Oh my god, Mono Kid's little placard. Rest in peace, shithead.
During the trial, you'll present your arguments for who the culprit is, and vote for who done it. Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy. Also, refusing to vote will result in your death, so you better vote for someone. Now, let's get this crazy awesome to the max trial underway!
I believe it is the exact same intro monologue as the first class trial, which makes sense to me, although it does strike me as a funny cost-saving measure to not have to revoice an entire new introduction for however paltry few dollars that saves you in the long run.
I think we all know who the most suspicious one is. It's...
Let's combine our power and work together, everyone!
Thank you, Tenko.
The person who's most suspicious is...
Now lend me your energy, everyone, so we can catch the culprit!
You go, Tenko.
Because the murder happened during the magic show, the culprit can only be...
Hey-ya! I'm in top form today!
I'm not sure whether it's funnier to imagine Kokichi Oma, you know, being deliberately wrong as part of his troll to get Shuichi, like, fired up to solve the actual crime, or if he is just actually that stupid. I don't know which is funnier. I feel like it definitely has to be the first one, but I also love the idea that Kokichi is just, like, the dumbest person in this entire class by, like, a country mile.
Tenko, why are you interrupting me? We can't have a good trial if you talk over me!
Huh? I'm not interrupting you! Whatever you have to say is probably worthless anyway, because all males want to talk about is S.E.
Square Enix.
Himiko seems suspicious.
Damn! And Angie, that's cruel.
Hey! Angie, how can you accuse Himiko? Aren't you her friend? I'm just telling you what Atua is telling me.
In that case, Hatua is also stupid, because we've already established it's not really possible for Himiko to have done it.
He is using his divine knowledge to show us the way to survive. You should thank him, lest he pour his holy wrath upon you all.
Spooky.
Screw Atua! That guy's got nothing on me.
Tenko Shabashira canceled for being xenophobic. That's the thing about Kokichi, other one, dude. The thing about Kokichi I like, and the thing I like about all characters who are liars, like Morgan of the Devil or Savathun Destiny 2, is you create, and also Oberon FGO, you create a fun thing where the meat of what they say and why they say it doesn't really matter at all, because once you establish that everything you say is a lie, the only thing that's there is people believing what they want to believe that you mean. And thus, nothing you say can ever matter beyond your having said it. And I think, like, you can definitely overdo that, but I think it adds a fun texture to that kind of character where, like, it's not... You could never get a truth out of Kokichi, I think, that would be satisfying if explained to you directly. You have to intuit what you think he means whenever he does anything. And that's fun to me. I like that. I like that in a character.
I'll protect Himiko!
But it does point to Himiko being the most suspicious.
Ryoma died during Himiko's magic show. His body appearing in the water tank leads one to think the escape trick played a part. It's only natural we suspect Himiko. She was the one performing the trick.
I have to defend this 10-year-old girl from being unjustly accused of murder.
The underwater escape wasn't a trick. It was magic.
Himiko Yumino voice. It's not a trick, Michael. It's an illusion.
It's not the part you need to deny. You gotta tell us you're not the culprit.
Magic, huh? That's so cool. What a mysterious miracle. Now, did you kill Ryoma, Himiko? Atua will hear your confession.
She's only started doing this, like, I think during this class trial. I love this, like, really imposing face-darkening lean forward she does. It's very scary.
Stop it! There's no way.
There's only so scary you can be when you are that cute, but it's very effective.
It's true, though. Himiko used the underwater escape trick to kill Ryoma. But I still don't have a clue how Himiko did the trick.
It definitely has to be a bit, because, like, I don't, even though it's funny to imagine Kokichiyama being really stupid, I also don't think he would ever, like, actually go, like, yeah, no, she's definitely the one who did it, if he wasn't specifically trying to get you to go, no, obviously she didn't do it.
There's no trick. That really was magic.
It's obvious to me she didn't do it, because if we've established, like when we were for a show, like, if he was killed during the time when she was in, when we were all in insect meet and greet, it is not physically possible for her to have killed him.
Oh, stop it. If you don't reveal your trick now, then we'll vote you as the culprit.
Stop picking on Himiko! A cute tiny flower like her couldn't kill anyone.
I disagree, I've played Undertale.
I get that you want to defend her, but that might be a bit much.
As I expected, the others suspect Himiko. But I have my doubts, on account of all that shit I said earlier. Can't let this case get derailed by misunderstandings. I'm the ultimate detective, so it's up to me. Looking the file, oh god, right.
Atua has blessed me with...
Where's the, okay. So aim, select truth bullet, silencer. Right, I remember that. Fast forward, confirm truth bullet, shoot the truth bullet, or hold the lie. And then truth cylinder's the thing. Okay. All right, LB charges the super, and RB slows down time. Right. Okay.
An epiphany. The culprit used the underwater escape trick to pull off a sneaky switcheroo with Ryoma.
After that, the time ran out. The tank above Ryoma opened and piranhas came pouring out.
Oh, it shows me where that is by default. We know what the false one is there.
Savage way to go.
But
No, that's wrong.
we'll let this go,
The
just to see.
underwater escape was no trick, it's magic.
We heard you the first time, Titless. No one cares.
Ryoma's body was eaten by the piranhas that fell into the tank. That is a fact. That doesn't mean it was the cause of death.
Atua has blessed me with an epiphany. The culprit used the underwater escape trick
So we'll wait
to pull
for...
off a sneaky switcheroo with Ryoma.
After that, the time ran out. The tank above Ryoma opened and piranhas came pouring out.
That's true.
And he was eaten alive.
Nope, what the fuck? Damn it.
Eaten to bone by piranhas.
I pressed the wrong button. That's okay. We'll just fast forward through this.
Atua has blessed me
Yes.
with underwater Ryoma.
After that, the time ran out. The tank above Ryoma opened and piranhas came pouring out.
And he was eaten alive.
There we go. That's better.
No, Ryoma's death was not caused by the piranhas.
That skill highlighting those by default is extremely helpful and will hopefully increase the amount of score I get on these trials.
The Monokuma file indicates the cause of death is drowning.
So it wasn't the piranhas then. He was drowned.
Ooh, I see. I haven't checked the Monokuma file yet, so that's news to me.
He's so fucking full of shit. I'm obsessed with him.
You lying little brat! Telling lies is what turns you into a degenerate male.
Turns you into one.
So what?
I know some people who would start lying if that were true.
Ryoma drowned, Himiko changed places with him, and then the piranhas ate him.
And some people who would start being more truthful.
No, Himiko only had 60 seconds to escape from the tank. Even if they changed places at the start of the show, that's insufficient time to drown someone.
If that is the case, then when did he drown?
It was obviously before the show started.
That's it!
He died sometime during the night.
Ryoma was already drowned before the show started. Agreed. Before being eaten by the piranhas, he made no attempt to escape the water.
Also, look at him. He's very clearly already dead.
To be precise, he made no movements whatsoever. Yes. By that point, he had already joined the ranks of the dead.
Could that mean his body was hidden until the culprit made it appear in the tank?
Hidden? Where?
The culprit would have had to hide the body near the tank and then show it during the act.
Easier said than done.
Was there a place on stage where the culprit could have hid the body? Oh wait, Himiko should know since she performed the underwater escape trick.
I think it would be extremely funny if the way that she has escaped the underwater tank is very obvious to us, having looked at the evidence and seen the escape hatch in the thing and the evidence that there was water pouring out of it because she just climbed out the back. But we go the entire class trial preserving her honor and never actually disclosing how it was done. I think it would be very funny.
Himiko, why won't you just explain it to us?
Cause it's magic.
No, maybe it really was magic.
Gonta would be so good, Umineko.
Shut up.
You'd be nice to Gonta.
Himiko is committed to her act, but those who deal in dreams are oft liars.
Why is everyone still picking on Himiko? You're all worse than a drunk dad's ramblings.
We should let him vent. After all, it's tough being the man of the house.
The most cancelable thing you've said all game so far.
Man, we gotta figure out how the trick works to find where the body was hidden.
But Himiko does not wish to tell us how she performed her act.
Then let's work together to reveal the secret behind Himiko's trick!
So, not real magic?
No, it was real magic. Magic, magic, magic!
I believe you.
Oh no! It's Himiko's curse! Her curses are really powerful!
Aren't incantations usually more, complicated than that?
Anyway, we need to first determine how Himiko performed the trick. If we can't figure that out, the case is going nowhere. A non-stop debate. What are our pieces?
How did Himiko escape the water tank?
It's not that.
Maybe she just climbed out and no one noticed.
Nah, she definitely would have been caught.
Perhaps the mechanism was set up on the stage.
No.
Curtain covering
There
the
was.
tank
That's not
is
related to her
certainly
trick.
suspicious.
What about that square pane of glass we found in the tank?
Maybe the tank had a secret hatch.
Ah, that would have been where I
It
present
must
that.
be real magic!
Yeah! Real escape magic!
Maybe there were two Himikos,
So true.
and one of them was Sumugi in disguise.
Wait, no, she can't do that.
Costumes aren't disguises.
That's right, there was a similar water tank in Himiko's lab. I remember my investigation, there was some trick to the tank.
How did Himiko escape the water tank?
It's kind of them to give me, to throw me this softball, insofar as it has been a week since I played. Maybe they expect that.
Perhaps the mechanism was set up on the stage.
Oh, wait, was it there?
The curtain covering the tank
No.
was certainly suspicious.
What about that square pane of glass we found in the tank?
Maybe the tank had a secret hatch.
Oh, what do you mean? Yeah.
I was wrong.
While I'm here, let's go over things. So that's a fake glass. I guess that could be something other than the escape hatch. It's not that, or that. Oh, it's just literally that. Okay, that's easy.
How did
Himiko escape the water tank?
Nah, she definitely would have been caught.
I'm addicted to shooting these
Perhaps the
little red
mechanism
lines.
was set up on the stage.
Not
The
that.
curtain covering the tank was certainly suspicious.
Oh, I didn't realize there's a little chart up there for
That square
what
pane
dialogue
of
line you're
glass we
on.
found in the tank.
That's helpful.
The tank had a secret hatch.
What? What do you mean? Did I not present the right one? I might have presented the wrong one. I wasn't paying that close attention. I thought I picked it.
did Himiko escape
I
the water
did not
tank?
present the right one. I'm stupider than a dog.
Nah, she definitely would have been caught. Perhaps the mechanism was set up on the stage.
The curtain covering the tank
Was certainly suspicious.
What about that square pane of glass we found in the tank?
Maybe the tank had a...
That one. There we go.
I agree.
I love that little demure face she made when he was like, I agree. She's like, oh wow, thanks.
Maki is correct.
That's the sweetest face I think I've ever seen Maki make in this entire game.
I see. So it did have one.
Look, there it is. She has such like a pouty mouth. I love the detail.
That's right. I discovered a similar tank in Himiko's lab. There was a panel on the side that could open. That was her escape.
Mind over strength!
Oh, fuck. The Witch Defender has logged on.
No! Your logic is all wrong, Shuichi.
What do you mean?
And you don't even know why you're wrong either. Typical degenerate male.
Could you calm down?
I'll smash in your face with my fists of hot burning steel!
Is this gonna be it? Oh, fuck. Yep, alright, here we go. Pain in my ass. Probably the wet
sign of the
staircase.
tank being open doesn't have anything to do with Himiko's escape. She didn't use an escape hatch. I know she didn't do that. And now, I'm gonna punch you!
Well, don't do that.
Wait a second. Before you punch me, what makes you so sure she didn't?
Because if she escaped from a hatch in the tank, the water would have gushed out with her. There would have been water everywhere.
I'll cut through your...
There was. My intuition served me well. And that was, in fact, very easy as a result.
There was a reason the room wasn't flooded with water. The staircase that was attached to the water tank.
Oh,
Try
okay.
to remember how the staircase was positioned.
I hadn't actually considered that.
It was aligned
That makes sense,
perfectly
though.
with the tank's escape hatch. Meaning, the water tank was connected to the inside of the staircase.
Inside staircase. His body was in stairs?
No, sweetie.
Knowing that, it's clear how Himiko made her escape from underwater. There was a curtain covering the tank during the performance, allowing Himiko to enter the staircase from the hatch undetected.
Oh, I see. That's bizarre, but that also makes sense. It was kind of hard to tell that was the layout from the
staircase.
the perspective we got that kind of obscures where the actual hatch would have been.
So, how do you get out from the staircase?
The staircase also has an escape hatch, one facing away from us. It's placed so that the water would not drain from the staircase.
In which case, a person could exit and leave water inside the staircase.
However, that person would be soaked, meaning that some trace should be left.
That would explain why there was a puddle around the stairs.
So when Himiko came out from the stairs, her wet clothes dripped water all over.
Meow, that's right.
Ha-ha, bitch! Caught you soaking wet and red-handed!
That's unnecessarily hostile, Meow.
Judging from Himiko's reaction, you hit it right on the bullseye.
I don't feel good about this.
But
I'm sorry, Himiko.
Himiko's clothes should have been wet when she left the water tank.
Behold, the magnificent underwater escape.
Her clothes were definitely not wet.
Of course. That's because my underwater escape wasn't a trick. It was magic.
No, magic had nothing to do with why her clothes weren't wet. Because, she never went into the water. Let's do that. That one seems wrong, probably. Yeah, that's not what I said. They think I'm a fraud. It's because I am. Change her uniform, I guess, is the most likely other choice.
That's it!
Yeah, there we go.
It's because she changed her uniform.
I feel like there might have been some suggestion of that, but again, I don't remember.
The dormitory is stocked with uniforms. Did you hide one behind the stage in advance?
There's a little bit of inductive reasoning required, I think.
I remember seeing Himiko go to the gym this morning, carrying a uniform and a towel.
See, like, that's news, that's new information for me. I didn't know that.
Why would you say that?
I see.
Tenko is
She had
Himiko's
towels.
only defender.
She may not have had time to fully dry her hair. But her short hair and hat ensured we were none the wiser.
Himiko can't get wet, because her body repels water.
Tenko would also do very good in Umineko.
Like a duck?
Himiko, come on. Give it up already.
Fine. You win. It's just like you said. The water tank and staircase both have mechanisms.
So I was correct.
So is this all because when she was like, I'm the ultimate magician, she assumed that it was something cool, like being a sorcerer, and then was confronted by the horrible reality that is in fact just stage magic?
But that doesn't mean I used them.
Oh god, here we go.
I didn't need them, because I used my magic.
Again with the magic crap. Were you dropped on your head as a kid?
Now that we understand how the trick was performed, let us move on.
Yes, let us proceed. Where did the culprit hide Ryoma's body?
Would have been in the
From
pool.
our discussion earlier, his body could have been in the space inside the staircase.
It would not have been, because there would have been no good way to get it up into, like... Well, I mean, I guess it wasn't in with the piranhas, it was just in the thing, but again, like... I don't think that's the case. There's some complicated pulley mechanism shit involved, and we've seen the evidence of it, which means he was probably dropped in from above. Actually, then that would make sense if the square pane of glass that was in the tank was one of the windows things that were between the two things. And he literally just, like, knocked the window pane loose as he was flung through or something, maybe.
But that's where Himiko would escape from, right?
So Himiko went in the stairs with the body? What kind of kinky shit is she into?
Calm down.
That seems unlikely. There isn't enough space for two people to fit in there.
Yeah, the stairs
Even if they are, like, the two
big.
smallest people in the cast by a
Practically
wide margin,
one.
somehow, in a game that has Kokichi Oma in it, there are characters smaller than
Who says they
Kokichi
went in
Oma.
together? She could have made the switch as she was leaving the tank. At the same time, she could have pulled out the body from inside the stairs. That way she'd have room to put herself in there. See how easy that is?
I don't think Himiko's capable of that. That little guy might have only been like 80-something pounds. That's still an 80-something pound dead body, and she's her.
I think that explains how Himiko changed places with Ryoma's body.
Wait a minute! Why did you automatically assume it was Himiko?
Who else but Himiko could have done it?
I think they keep putting out her chair there. You have to imagine someone behind the stage like, ooh, Himiko seems suspicious. Let's move her chair forward. Ooh.
Angie, you spent more time with Himiko than any of us, so why are you accusing her?
You may think you're protecting Himiko, but what if she really is the culprit? We'll all die, and it will be all your fault. Atua will lose precious devotees. Are you okay with that, Tenko?
I'm totally fine with that.
Huh?
I don't care what anyone says. Himiko would never murder someone. That's what I believe more than anything.
I believe Himiko would murder someone, but I don't believe she murdered this someone.
I want to believe in her, no matter what. If I can't do that, then I'd rather just die.
You're really ride or die for this girl.
Its final breath. I'm gonna keep believing in Himiko.
Well, that's probably not necessary.
The only one who could have switched out Ryoma's body is Himiko herself.
When Himiko was escaping the tank,
That might be in something involving,
she dragged out the body hidden in the stairs
That's not true.
and simply switched places with it.
Are you telling me you saw that happen?
No one could have seen that.
So,
It would have occurred in the middle of the show, when the tank was covered with a curtain.
it's not
So
that.
basically, no one saw anything.
I didn't do it, I swear.
So,
corpse wasn't in the staircase.
Quit lying, you donkey-lipped con artist.
the fuck does that mean?
She's not lying. She's not a con artist, and she doesn't have donkey lips.
It is possible that Himiko and Ryoma switched places in the water, but I feel like I'm forgetting an important point. Let's go over these accounts again, because they're important. So during the magic show, when the timer hit 20 seconds, oh, this is probably the actual important one. Gonta went up to the top of the stage. No one was in the tank during that time. He didn't notice Ryoma inside the tank until after the piranhas were released. So that's probably the actual important one. And this is about culpability, but that's not what we're really talking about right now. So I think that the it's probably Gonta's account is the important one.
Only one who could have switched out Ryoma's body is Himiko herself.
When
No.
Himiko was escaping the tank, she dragged out the body hidden in the stairs.
Will this be it? No. Right before the show, his body could have been hidden in the stairs. No, plus he wasn't that big. Even Himiko could have moved him to feasible trick. So that's not the point.
The only one who could have...
Not that.
Himiko was escaping. She dragged out the body hidden in the stairs
Not that one.
and simply switched places with it.
Nope.
Are you telling me you saw that happen?
No one could have seen that. It would have occurred in the middle of the show, when the tank was covered with a curtain.
So basically, no one saw.
That's wrong!
Yeah! Being stylish.
Someone did see inside the tank. It was Gonta. Gonta had climbed onto the stage and was looking into the tank from above. Isn't that right, Gonta?
Yeah, Gonta saw down into tank, but saw no one in there.
No one was in there?
Yeah, no one. Guess that clue no good, huh?
Well, what that means is that she was in the stairs, and that Hoshi was not in the tank yet because Hoshi was dropped in from above.
No, that's actually a great clue. Because if Ryoma's body was hidden inside the staircase, Himiko would have had to pull him out before she went inside. There certainly wasn't enough room in the staircase for both of them. But that means, if the tank was empty when Gonta looked, Ryoma's body must not have been hidden in the staircase.
What if they squeezed into that space with Ryoma's body to avoid getting caught?
She had no need to worry about us witnessing her at that point. For the entire stage was hidden behind a curtain. To all but Gonta, anyway.
Then the culprit never would have considered hiding inside the staircase with the body. Entering the staircase after moving the body is much faster, and seems more rational too.
Then, Ryoma's body wasn't hidden in the stairs?
Someone better say where the fucking body was hidden, or I'm gonna start cutting throats!
Where was Ryoma's body hidden? We need to pin that down. I'm pretty sure it was in the pool next door. It's clear that's not inside the staircase, but where? More non-stop debate? Okay.
Where were you hiding Ryoma's body?
It wasn't really in the stairs, was it?
No.
After all, there was only enough space for Himiko.
Yeah.
Well, how about behind the curtain?
If there was a way to enter the tank from there, then it would be plausible.
That might be for that one.
Maybe the body was in the tank all along, but we just couldn't see it.
Impossible. You'd need top-notch visual effects to pull that off.
And what of the tank containing the piranhas?
No way! If you put a body in there, the piranhas would have eaten it way before we saw it.
But piranha's
The
full!
body and piranhas were separated. Then it wouldn't have been devoured, correct?
That's also true, because there is a square glass pane. That might actually be what that was. Okay.
Where were you hiding?
So we skip all the way to the end.
After all, there was only enough space for Himiko. If there was a way to enter the tank from there, then it would be possible. Maybe the body was in the tank all along, but we just couldn't see it. Impossible. You need top-notch visual effects to pull that off.
And
What if the tank containing the
piranhas?
No way!
If you put a body in there, the piranhas would have eaten it way before we saw it.
But if the body and
There we go.
I agree.
I always love their pleasantly neutral faces when you agree with them. They're all very good.
Himiko's hypothesis is correct. The body and the piranhas were separated. This was accomplished using the square glass pane found in the tank. Just as I thought.
using that glass pane as a divider, a safe space could be created in the tank. It is in such a space.
And if
that the
you...
body could be
Oh, and it would make sense,
separate
because she said that it looked like the piranhas had multiplied. When in reality, what had happened is they had been compressed into a smaller area. And that, the actual being able to see the body was cut off either because the glass plane's like one way or something, or just like there were so many piranhas you just simply couldn't see the body. So it was already in there.
Ryoma's body was hidden in the piranha tank the whole time!
So Ryoma's body fell into the water tank with the piranhas?
Gonta knew it!
What is it, Gonta?
Gonta was above stage when piranhas fall. That's why Gonta sees something no one else could. When piranhas fell, Gonta sees some big thing fall into water tank with them.
Right when the timer hit 0, the buzzer went off. And then... the bottom of the suspended tank swung open, and the murky water and shadowy shapes inside fell straight into the water tank Himiko was swimming in. Huh? Huh?
No. Now that Gonta think about it, Gonta maybe see Ryoma's body.
When the piranhas dropped from the tank, I thought I saw something bigger drop as well.
I'm so glad you all thought to mention this before we went to trial.
The water tank on the bottom is made completely out of glass, correct? You can see what is happening through the glass. Can you really hide a body in the tank?
Even in murky water, a dead body would still be visible in a glass tank.
Unless a certain something was used to obscure the body.
And that would be the piranhas.
A certain something?
We all agreed that the glass pane was used to separate the body from the piranhas, correct? Well, that method has the added benefit of hiding the body from view.
Yeah? How could you hide a body like that?
Look at that little shithead. Look at his stupid little grin. I hate him. How was Culprit able to conceal the body in the piranha tank? With the crayon piranhas.
This is it!
Kabam. Domino.
It was the piranhas. The piranhas were obscuring the body.
Huh? The piranhas?
That's right. Remember what Angie said during the investigation?
I noticed it right as the show started. I feel like there are more piranhas today than yesterday when they were preparing.
They increased that significantly? I didn't know piranhas fuck like rabbits.
Do you like that information,
It seemed
Mew?
that way, but it wasn't that the actual number of piranhas.
Oh, I didn't realize I had auto on. You don't have to press the fucking button.
The glass pane divided the tank nearly in half, right? The piranhas got crowded together, making it look like there were more of them.
The more densely the piranhas are packed, the harder it is to see.
Hi, Vest. Welcome here. Vesti?
Because of
Veste?
it was difficult
Apologies.
to see
I just
the body
defaulted to
hidden in the
Vest.
tank.
That glass pane
But welcome.
was the lid from the piranha tank. It was really easy to detach that lid, so it's no wonder they used it as a divider.
I've also been going through this faster than I
Hey,
thought I
thanks
would,
for telling
honestly.
us that useless detail.
I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I was worried that Case 2 was going to take like 4 or 5 entire streams, and we're here on the 3rd stream.
Sure, the lid looks a little big, but if you set it diagonally, it would fit perfectly. Nice job, Himiko! Your explanation was awesome!
This much evidence? It seems like the body was definitely in the piranha tank.
We're going to get so many people dead.
Congrats, Himiko!
They're all going to die, every single one of
No
them.
reason for anyone to suspect you.
Really?
Yeah, because if you didn't switch places with the body, then you couldn't have killed him.
It only means we now have other suspects. You are not cleared of suspicion just yet.
Again, she's definitely been cleared of suspicion the entire time, because she was in Insect Meet and Greet at the supposed time that we think that Hoshi died. So I've never once during the entire thing thought there was any chance of her having been the actual one to have killed him.
Right now.
Atua is sleeping. He went to bed angry because you all doubted him.
Is he
Petty-ass
4?
god.
No, it's okay. We shouldn't be mad at Angie. We should be mad at this class trial, at this killing game.
Oh, Himiko! Bless your sweet, kind heart.
Calm down.
That's what Atua said anyway.
What?
It's too bad that the handsome god went to bed angry, though.
Himiko's still brainwashed?
Oh.
But I'm not giving up just yet. This is gonna be a breeze.
Get the hell out of here.
Great. Now what are we
Scammer.
gonna
There
do?
you go.
We're back to square one.
And why are we back to square one?
Because any of us could still be the
I could be
culprit.
biased, Vest. I don't know.
You
Maybe.
flunked out of Tard School or something?
Hey, you can't be saying that. This game came out in 2018.
Not everyone. We can narrow it down to whoever doesn't have an alibi yet.
Also, I worry I accidentally adjusted the size of the
What
window, so
alibi?
let me know if the game still looks okay.
I guess I should have known a dumb whore pig like you wouldn't understand.
God damn!
Who you calling a dumb pig?
If there's this much evidence, then there's no mistake the body was hidden in the piranha tank. but for someone to plant the body in there with such limited time is pretty tricky.
Great, thank you, Vest. Kokichi brings up a valid point. There's only one time the culprit could have set up the scene. It would have been, I guess, before the show. No. Wrong, I'm stupid. Someone could have caught them if they were setting that up. I love he only has like one line of dialogue for that. It's very good. So it would have had to been before nighttime.
That's it.
Right, because you can't actually do it during nighttime because all the gym and pool and shit are off limits. That's right.
Ding, ding, ding! The ultimate detective gets it right again!
So patronizing.
Wait, how do you know it was before nighttime yesterday?
Stop asking me dumbass questions. It could have been solved with the process of elimination.
And it almost was.
Jeez. Fine. I'll explain it to the itty-bitty pea-brained bitchlet.
Oh no, Kokichi Oma has learned how to press Mew's buttons.
First, the gym was closed during nighttime, so no one could have entered.
If you try to enter the gym at night, it'll go off.
You talking about my butthole?
No, no one is. No one's talking about that.
She means the alarm.
Why can that come off?
After nighttime passed, morning came. But hiding the body before the show was...
Impossible! Himiko and I were waiting in front of the gym before the morning announcement.
Which leaves only one possibility. It was done before nighttime yesterday.
So as we established in the very beginning...
Anyone who doesn't get this is just as stupid as the whore bitchlet over there.
Alright, that's quite enough of that. Well, okay, she likes it. You can continue, I guess.
Placed Ryoma's corpse in the piranha tank before
But this is
nighttime
kind of just
yesterday?
confirming the thing we already figured out before case started, which
He
is
was
that
also killed during that time
there are only 5 people who could have actually done it, and they are the 5 people who both aren't dead
Don't really get it though.
and weren't in the insect meet and greet the entire time. If you consider the source of the information. Let's narrow it down more if you consider the source of the information. Sorry for talking over all that VO. This would be... What's the show question? What clues? When insect meet and greet? Was Ryoma present at the insect meet and greet? No, Ryoma was not present. I don't believe anyone that Gonta had captured had seen Ryoma.
I was wrong.
Well, I mean, that's right. Whatever. This one, I guess.
This is it.
Yeah, there you go. Close enough. Mean logic is mean for a reason, I suppose.
We can narrow down the time of death. Hirumi, you were asking everyone when they had last seen him, right?
Yes. Gonta was the last person who saw Ryoma.
What? Really?
And when was the last time Gonta saw Ryoma?
When Gonta was inviting everyone to insect meet and greet, so...
See, I was on the right track, but
think
picked the
that was
wrong
maybe
specific point.
8 p.m.?
If he was last seen at 8 p.m. and was killed before nighttime officially began...
Then we can assume the crime took place between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
So all we must do is find someone with no alibi for that time period, yes?
And there are 5 people who qualify.
Simple enough. After all, most of us were detained by Gonta then.
If I recall correctly, the only people that weren't there besides Ryoma...
That would be the 4 of us. Myself, Kaito, Mew, and also Maki.
And Kokichi was also not accounted for the entire
Hirumi,
time.
You would tell the truth, even if it screwed you over.
I do this for everyone. It is my duty to unveil the truth, so I do not care if people suspect me.
Ah, beautiful! Your spirit of self-sacrifice is just too beautiful!
I will also say this. The crime took place between 8 and 10 o'clock at night, and I was at the gym during that time.
Huh.
But I was only there for about 5 minutes.
Why would you even say that, though? You're tying a noose around your neck, you know.
I don't care if it was 5 seconds. It's way too suspicious that you were alone in the gym. I think the cleaning lady here is the culprit. You killed Ryoma, didn't you?
It's too soon to tell. We should hear what everyone has to say, right?
Fuck that noise.
But Mew, you don't have an alibi for when the crime occurred either, do you?
You think I'm suspicious? I don't even know where the gym is.
Doesn't telling such obvious lies make you more suspicious, Mew?
I never even heard of drugs.
Alibis are Kaito and Maki. Let us hear your testimonies.
I was in my research lab the whole time. I didn't go to the gym.
But that cannot be proven, can it?
I don't know anyone named Mew. It's a dumb name for people I don't
What
know.
about Kaito? Only murderers grow out creepy facial hair like mustaches and goatees.
What? My goatee's not creepy. It gives me a glamorous celebrity vibe.
In 2003, maybe.
Anyway, among those 4, the culprit must be the one who doesn't have an alibi.
I apologize, but given the circumstances, we have no choice but to suspect you.
Suspect who? Who's the culprit?
Wait up! Why are you guys suspicious of me? I've been helping the whole time!
Oh wait, I remember now.
Them actually going so quickly to Kaito does make me worry I'm completely off base about it definitely being Kaito, but also I still do think it's Kaito.
Trial progresses.
I'm
No
not
way
the
I'm the
culprit.
culprit!
Oh god, here we go, this shit again. Mass Panic Debate's gonna start, that's what you're thinking, right? Well, you're exactly correct, but let me give you another tutorial. I will say this, obviously... Oh, fuck, I need to stop this from autoing really badly, like immediately. There we go. Well, I'm not gonna go over it again right now. When the VOD goes up, if you are interested in that sort of thing, I did, before the stream started, go over my rationale for who I thought was capable of doing the murder, and also my suspicion for who I think actually did it. I settled on... I basically got here, which is that there was only 5 people it could be, because we figured out that he was killed sometime between 8 and 10. And there are 5 people who don't have an unbroken alibi for that time, that being the 4 people that were just mentioned, and also Kokichi, who was not entirely accounted for the entire time. But I do think Kaito makes for a pretty good culprit, because he helped with the construction of the magic show, knew shit about the tennis equipment as to use the steel cable for whatever purpose, and would have known about stuff like the baton being sturdy in order to use it as like a pulley mechanism, which is how I think, what I'm assuming happened is a pulley mechanism was used to move Ryoma Hoshi's body from the pool into the tank, is what I think happened. And that Kaito did that. That's where my suspicion is currently. So one of your opponents shouts their opinion in a loud voice. Sure. Blocks out everyone's arguments. Even if you see a weak spot, you can't refute it. Oh no, what do I do then? That's what you're thinking, right? Luckily, it's just like white noise. Shut them up with the A button silencer. Or I guess in my case, the X button. After that, all the arguments will be audible again. And you shoot the truth bullet at the weak spot. You know the drill. So I need to find the argument and then also shut up. I'll probably have to shut up something that's being shouted down by this guy. So we'll see. Thank you for understanding. You're welcome, tutorial voice.
I have an
I was
alibi.
running away from Gonta!
Okay.
What is your alibi?
Hiding in the classroom.
When I was running from
I even
Ghost,
tried hiding in the girls' bathroom.
I don't believe you.
a little heated if catch my
Until they
drift.
left the
Filthy Bell Pervert!
What's Monkey's
That was
alibi?
5
Then
minutes
right before
before 9
nighttime, I got tired and fell asleep.
I didn't remember.
Did you really leave the
the girls'
gym at 9 p.m.?
I was
Are
in my
you
research
sure
lab
you
the
did
whole
not
time.
stay at the gym?
No, in my own room. Jeez.
Oh, I see. Just like Kaide did. Calm down, focus on one at a time. Alright, so let's see the thing. Kokichi's account. He stayed with her until 10 p.m. So that's probably... Kokichi's account's probably the thing, because it's the confirmation for Kurumi's alibi. Let's wait till we get there.
What is your alibi?
Hiding in the classroom. Bathroom.
Let's go.
Right before night.
Gym at 9 p.m. Are you sure you did not get the
No,
gym?
in my own room. Jeez.
Oi!
I heard it!
Easy money. Easiest video game in the whole world. The thing I'm realizing with the Mass Panic debates is that the secret to them is that it's mostly just a bunch of shit. It's mostly just a bunch of shit I don't need to care about. And it's literally just finding like the one spot where it's like, oh, that's the obvious thing. But okay. Right when I got out to the entrance hall, Kurumi spotted me. That was right after I left Gonta's lab, so it was right around 9 p.m. She started throwing questions at me, left and right, asking if I was up to no good. She's kept talking, and finally let me go at 10 p.m. when nighttime rolled around. A whole hour? Well, only the first half hour was lecture, then we played tag for the other half.
Kokichi met Kirumi at 9 p.m.
You seems really flustered about the idea of those two playing together.
Gonta went to the gym to catch Himiko and Angie 5 minutes before 9 o'clock.
Okay.
After I left Gonta's lab, I ran into Kirumi.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure Kirumi stayed at the gym 5 minutes till 9 o'clock.
This information could have been told to us beforehand.
I'm going to go back on manual just because I like setting my face a little more and having to press the button and seeing the little gavel slam.
I didn't keep it a secret to make the trial more interesting.
Definitely not.
Forgot? It seems far more plausible that you were telling another lie.
This little question mark, Ahoge, what's your problem?
Unlike robots, we meatbags can't pull out our memories from our hard drive.
Was that supposed to offend me? Your irrationality fills me with pity.
If I am the culprit, that would mean I killed Ryoma within 5 minutes, transported him to the gym, and hid him in the piranha tank. This seems highly unlikely.
I agree.
If you called Ryoma out to the gym and killed him there, you wouldn't need to move him. All you would have to do is hide him in the piranha tank.
But the piranha tank was already secured to the batten, wasn't it?
Gonta was in the midst of heading to the gym to capture Angie. Are you claiming I took advantage of that and called Ryoma for a rendezvous at the gym?
That'd be pretty difficult. We should
Yeah, it seems
probably
highly
look at
unlikely
other
to me.
possibilities.
Maybe someone snuck into the gym while Kirumi and I were busy talking.
The only ones capable of that are the other three with...
Again, I don't think he was killed in the gym. And so I think... this is why I think Kurumi and Kokichi, even though they only have like the mutual alibis, I don't think either of them did it either. Because I don't think Ryoma was killed in the gym. He was either killed... he drowned in the pool, but the murder, I think, was initiated in his lab.
Mew, Kaito, and Maki!
Is what I believe.
You're including me too?
But there's actually one person we can rule out of the suspects list.
Right? There's one person who's totally not suspicious. Say who it is already.
Can be eliminated as a suspect according to Kokichi. Figure he saw. They would certainly have an alibi. Ah, that would be Mew, because she was busy doing bug movie shit. It must be Mew.
That's it!
Because she did bug movie.
Kokichi, you're talking about Mew, right?
What? You?
Yeah, you can take her off the list. She actually has an alibi.
So it's literally just between Kaito and Maki. Things are really not looking good for Kaito. I feel reasonably confident that it wasn't Maki. Mostly because she has done nothing except be a weird loner to suggest that she actually did it, whereas there is circumstantial evidence that definitely implicates Kaito.
Booyah! Suck it, nerds!
Wait a sec. Since when does she have an alibi?
If you compare everyone's statements, there's no other possibility.
Oh yeah, I did see something odd while Kurumi was lecturing me. Something odd? I saw a half-naked girl wandering around the courtyard in her underwear. It was too dark for me to make out who it was, but I saw her walk around for a bit.
A girl walking around half naked.
Who else could it be but the horny exhibitionist Mew?
We can't just jump to conclusions like that. He just saw a shadow, right? That could have been anyone walking around in women's underwear, even me.
Could it have been? That's going in the possible title card. I have to consider it.
A whole different issue.
Samugi, I don't think I like you anymore. You've been saying some whack shit.
No, it's Mew, without a doubt. Mew and Gonta's statements prove it.
Oh, Gonta see Mew, but Gonta's face get red hot, so Gonta no could bring her. Your face got hot? You mean you were hot on her trail, right? No, she used her, what she call it? Secret woman weapon? And then... Huh? Oh well. I had to use my secret woman weapon, and let's just leave it at that. Good for them.
It sounds like Gonta got an eyeful,
We've established that Gonta loves Bug Movie. He go in locked room to watch Bug Movie to get fired up. Live performance of Bug Movie for Gonta.
What? Why the heck were you in your underwear, Mew? Well, 'cause, you know, I'm pretty stacked, so... I figured I'd take my clothes off so Gonta would be too flustered to touch me. That's my story and I'm sticking to it, you cockroaches! Anyway, I think the blood rushed to both of Gonta's heads because he got super embarrassed.
Calm down. I am, however, taking a screenshot of this, which I would love to use in the thumbnail somehow.
Was in her underwear, and Gonta got weird feeling.
Gonta watch Bug Movie.
So Gonta ran away.
Well, when you got the body of a goddess, it's only natural to want to flaunt it.
That doesn't look like the face of someone who's flaunting anything.
I show my panties to the boys all the time.
That's a Kokichi line, which is to say a complete lie.
And I mean all the time. So you're welcome, Gonta. Think of me during your next tug session.
Next bug session.
Most of that was unintelligible nonsense, but it would seem that Mew has an actual alibi.
I was not programmed to know what sex is. Wait, no, excuse me. I was not programmed to know what sex is.
Yep, it took a while, but at least we got everyone's alibis cleared up. We should remember all of this in case we need to recall these events again.
Alibis for yesterday has been recorded in Monopad, which is our way of clarifying it literally could have only been two of the people here.
That leaves Kaito and Maki as the only ones with no alibis.
Then one of them must be the culprit. But which one, I wonder? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch the culprit by its...
Hold up! Don't decide just yet!
Two prime suspects, Kaito and Maki. But something inside me doesn't want to accuse Kaito. I want to believe Kaito until he's proven guilty. I'll trust him. I definitely don't have any lines of dialogue about my trust being betrayed.
Maybe we should determine the sequence of events. The culprit
No, we should do something more fun. And I have the perfect idea.
What?
We narrowed it down to two people, and one of those two is the culprit, right?
Yes?
Since we don't have to randomly accuse each other, finding the truth just got much easier. So let's find the truth with a more effective method.
Are you going to try and Solomon? Are you going to try and King Solomon the baby this shit?
And what is this effective effective method.
If one of them is the culprit, then the innocent one should know who the guilty one is. Yeah? Because if you know you're not the culprit, then you can just accuse the other person.
Sure.
Yes, that is true.
You doing okay over there, Mio?
Which means there is one person among us who definitely knows who the culprit is. To that someone who knows, do your best to convince us. Work harder.
God, I love him. Me, like an hour ago. God, I hate him. Me, right now. God, I love him. Such is the duality of this of Kokichiyama.
Work harder?
Little shithead.
Have the two argue for their innocence. That's how we'll decide our culprit.
Even if we did that, wouldn't they just pass the blame back and forth?
And...
Yeah, it'd be funny as fuck.
Huh?
You guys talk about cooperation and teamwork, but you're all afraid. You're too scared to point your fingers at others, so you hide behind the word trust. How do you expect to find the culprit when you're all worried about each other's feelings?
Kokichiyama would also do well in Umineko, but in different ways than Gonta and Tenko would.
If you're planning to expose a liar, then you have to corner them psychologically.
Speaking from experience?
Only then will they reveal their true self as a liar, hiding beneath a layer of deceit! If we want to find the liar, I suggest that the two suspects argue against each other.
Why are you getting all sultry about this? Are you going Mew mode right now, little man?
No more pointless deductions. All we need is for them to fight for their lives. So let's host an argument that's totally not boring but super fun! We'll catch the culprit in their lies when we find a contradiction.
I'm obsessed with him.
We'll scare the culprit until they screw up! That's how a true class trial works. Right, Monokuma?
A development like that would liven things up a bit.
I'm not sure how I feel about you trying to GM for me, but hey, I like your instincts, kid.
Yep, I totes agree.
You're agreeing with Monokuma? Just whose side are you on?
I'm on your side. I don't want to die either, you know. That's why we need to take this seriously. A hot debate to smoke out the liar.
And how do you expect us to start this?
If you guys need some help getting started, I can give out the first topic. Our first topic is this! Ta-da!
I might also, hold on, I'm developing an idea. The thumbnail. Okay, we're good.
The Cubs pad.
Not just any Cubs pad, but the one given to our latest victim, Ryoma.
This feels like a highly exploitable image in general, to be perfectly honest.
When we started
Which I am going to.
investigating, I went straight to his room to borrow it.
So it wasn't the culprit who took the video from his room. It was you.
And the reason why I brought it out just for this occasion is because one of these two had Ryoma's motive video. Dun dun dun!
One of these two had it?
And for us to figure that out, we need to know who this motive video belongs to. Take a guess, everyone. Whose motive video did Ryoma have?
Well, we know he didn't have Kaito's, so he had Maki's. You do know the answer. He had Maki's if he had one of them.
That's it. It was Maki's motive video, right?
Wow, how did you ever guess? Ooh, I know! It's because the motive video that you have belongs to Kaito.
This is true.
Process of elimination wins again. The obvious answer was Maki, right?
Is that true, Shuichi?
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
And what about that? Just because Ryoma had my motive video, that doesn't make me the culprit.
Finally, you said something! This is how a debate should be. I only brought up the motive video to make you talk.
He's just a little shithead. I hate him. I love him.
Excuse me?
I hate him. I love him.
Okay, now that we got the party rolling, let's get you and Kaito ready to argue. Remember, if you're not the culprit, then that means the other one is. Got that?
Just coaching them to be messy.
Let's start this extreme death debate. Tear up the other's lies, rip each other apart.
Wait just a minute. What are you trying to...
Quit screwing around! We don't need to debate who's a culprit! I'm not the culprit! That's for sure.
Which means...
Kaito, wait. Maybe Kokichi is wrong. Maybe he...
Maki isn't the culprit either!
Okay.
Huh?
What?
Even Kokichiyama had no idea what to say in response to that shit.
Huh? Really? You're saying neither of you are the culprit? Then what would be the point of this whole debate?
Who cares about that? All I know is that neither me or Maki are the culprit.
Kaito, I still think you're the culprit.
It's just a hunch I've got.
Hunch? Are you being serious? You do know all our lives are on the line here, right? And you're betting our lives on just a hunch?
You don't get it. This isn't just any hunch.
It's a man's intuition.
This is an official hunch from the Kaito Momota, Luminary of the Stars.
You know, I'll give him credit. I was expecting it was a man's intuition. I'll be perfectly honest with you.
What?
How illogical. This is even more difficult to comprehend than Kokichi's antics.
You're totally not serious. You can't be that stupid, right?
No, he might actually be that stupid.
He's definitely that stupid.
Damn idiot!
A damned idiot!
No, is Atua cool with you using his name like that?
Hey, don't call me an idiot. Anyway, me and Maki aren't the
Very
culprit.
casual for a god.
There's no doubt about it. I believe in Maki.
What?
You believe in her? But based on what?
Complex, I find it quite simple.
Huh? I don't gotta base it on anything. No matter where the clues point. In the end, the only thing that matters is what I believe, right? Whether I believe or not. Whether I want to believe or not. That's the only thing that matters.
For his sake, I'm just trying to imagine what could possibly... If there are other possible explanations for the stuff that we've encountered so far. So I want so desperately to believe it's not him. Because he is very fun.
So, you do not have any evidence.
But also,
Only baseless
everything we've seen suggests either him or Maki, and I don't think it's Maki.
But I totally get where he's coming from, because I want to believe in Himiko too.
Want to believe, huh? Yeah, I think I understand that.
Wanting to believe in someone is a beautiful act, yes. However, it is a sentiment that has no place in a class trial.
He's an idiot after all.
It's okay to be idiot, as long as you believe in people.
Guys, I said don't call me an idiot. It really hurts my feelings.
It's true. That's not what a class trial is about. You're supposed to think logically. Can't let your feelings into it. It's absurdity. Total absurdity. Zen damida. Then again, that absurdity saved me before, right? Why? Why do you trust me, Kaito? There's a chance that I'm the cult. I believe in you because I want to. Do I need a reason other than that? What? Isn't that why you believed in Kaide? I mean, sure, I might get betrayed in the end, but if I worry about that, then I won't be able to believe in the people I want to believe in. I guess that's the thing, is I don't want to think Kaito did it, because it doesn't seem coherent with his everything. One second. One second. Oh my god. Apologies, I was very rudely interrupted, but we should be okay now. Oh, my stream preview is not working, but that's alright. I'm gonna hope that's fine, if it comes through in the VOD. I guess I'll have to actually export that to, like, local and see if I can make sure it didn't, like... I don't want anyone's, like, phone calls getting on the fucking thing, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Yeah, it'll work out in the end. So...
I'll believe in Maki as well.
This also be resolvable if I recorded these locally. That's a whole extra layer of shit that I'm not sure I want to commit to doing yet.
What?
That's our Kaido, right? Making us think with our hearts.
You too? How could the ultimate detective believe in someone without proof?
But there's no proof linking Maki or Kaido to this crime either.
That's true. All my suspicion for Kaito is circumstantial, but again, like, process of elimination stuff.
I believe in innocent until proven guilty. For now, they are innocent.
Right on, Shuichi. I knew I picked a good sidekick.
And by the way, I might be the ultimate detective, but I'm in training. I told you that, didn't I? I'm just an apprentice, not a real detective.
Hit him with the disappointment stare.
How do you plan to get closer to the truth without suspecting either of them? Unless you have evidence to the contrary, these two will remain
So
suspect.
I just have to turn it around, right?
Huh?
It's not like I owe that idiot a favor or anything just because he defended me. But that hopeless idiot may have encouraged me a bit.
Seriously, enough's enough! Stop calling me an idiot!
What are you trying to say, Maki?
I'll be happy if there is a complication that actually turns around who could have possibly done it, because it seemed, like, fairly straightforward going into this, so we'll see.
I didn't want to say anything, but I can't stay silent forever. So I'll tell you.
Oh, tell us what?
I met up with Ryoma during nighttime yesterday.
So Ryoma was still alive during nighttime. New information.
With Ryoma? At nighttime?
So Ryoma was still alive at nighttime?
I thought the crime took place between 8 and 10 o'clock at night.
So this does create a problem, however. If he was still alive after nighttime, that means that the list of possible culprits has just ballooned back to basically being the entire cast.
That's wrong, because I met up with Ryoma during nighttime.
If that's true, then we have no basis for suspecting only Kaito and Maki.
That's right. Everyone suspected them, because they know have alibis for those times.
That means me and Maki aren't suspects anymore.
No, it means you're still suspects, but so's everyone else.
Quit fucking around! You think I'm dumb enough to swallow that line of crap?
Yes, this seems too convenient.
But why did Maki wait until now to mention that?
It's totally obvious! Maki's so desperate that she has to lie.
Was that a lie? Did Maki lie to us? I mean, it's also distinctly true. She might have just lied to us. It's true. We don't have all the facts. But why would Maki say that now of all times? Because I guess the alternative would be that she does feel somewhat sentimental, and that she knows full well that Kaito is the only possible person who could have killed him. If I trust her innocence, I should believe her statement. That's also fair. But should I? Intermission in the class trial. Was there an intermission last time? Yes, I want to save. It has been an hour and a half, and we're going to keep going. If that's a halfway point, I have good hopes for us actually finishing this tonight, at least. I was a little worried.
Now then.
It seems the voting is finished. Now then, let's see the result. Who will be chosen as the Blackened? Will you make the right choice, or the dreadfully wrong one?
Wait a second, what result? Voting time hasn't happened yet.
Yes, it has. Don't you remember, Monosuke? No, it hasn't. You're the one who doesn't remember, Monotaro. Oh, that was Monotaro. Aw, man, you're right. Silly me, I'm so forgetful. Wow, I didn't expect you all to get so worked up over such a small lie. You kids are pretty gullible, huh?
Now then.
Well, anyway, let's just skip this trial and jump ahead to chapter 3.
Wait a second, we don't know the culprit yet.
Yeah, who killed Rantaro? That was chapter 1's case. How can you be this forgetful? The Occam's razor is that Maki did in fact lie, and we'll have to catch her in a lie. And that Kaito is the one who did it. But also, she could have just blown our entire prep wide open. There's actually no way to solve this case before the beginning of the trial, which, we'll see, I guess.
Back to square one.
Square one? If square one, they wouldn't have got eaten by the competition.
After that terrible movie, they had no other choice.
Wow! What does that mean?
It means he doesn't want to get involved in another pointless argument, like this one.
We shouldn't listen to anything Maki says. She's just gonna throw out more lies.
But if we don't ask her for more details, how will we know for sure?
So ultimately, the thing is, she has to provide some evidence that corroborates her testimony at all.
I told you already, we don't need to. I hate liars. Liar, liar, pants on fire.
You're one to talk.
Maki, just ignore that lying little degenerate. We'll listen to what you have to say.
It must have been a little after midnight last night. He visited me at my research lab. He wanted me to show him the motive video that I received.
Motive video?
If Ryoma came to ask about that, does that mean you had his motive video?
As I recall, Ryoma had Maki's motive video, correct? Does this mean you and Ryoma received one another's motive video? Maybe. I actually didn't check the one I got, so I wouldn't know.
Maki admitted earlier that she hadn't checked her Cubs pad.
Then why did Ryoma think that Maki had his motive video?
If he went around asking at random, he might have asked some people besides Maki.
He never asked me. He probably never asked you guys either, right?
Then, who was it that told Ryoma about his Cubs pad?
We have to consider, because the thing here is, we know that Monodam took the pads that Kokichi stole and gave them back to their owners, but we never actually got Kaito's pad back, I don't think. So if the killing did happen during nighttime, then what happened is someone probably got delivered their their thing, their cub pad, and that was directly a motive in the murder during nighttime. But I'm not sure if that's like, I mean, I guess like you can't enter the gym or the thing, but you can enter the lab, so it could have happened during nighttime in the sports lab, and that's why the pulley mechanism was used. However the fuck you would have actually orchestrated that. I don't know. Who told Ryoma that Monkey had his motive video? It would have been, had been someone who knew who had each pad. So probably Kokichi, right? Because I can't target those ones back there.
It's you! That would be Kokichi.
Cubs pads! Gotta catch them all! I even got the pads belonging to people who aren't here! Now everyone can watch their motive video!
So, you saw the motive videos. Did you tell Ryoma that Maki had his?
Whoops!
When males get this quiet, they're either caught in a lie or thinking dirty thoughts.
I could believe either.
What happened then, Maki? After Ryoma asked you for his motive video?
I told Ryoma just to take it from my room. I keep my room unlocked.
Wow, Maki, that's super careless. Aren't you scared someone might kill you in your sleep?
I hope they try.
And then what happened?
I don't know what happened after that. I'm not even sure if he saw his motive video. When he asked me, he said that he would show me my motive video in return. But I wasn't interested, so I declined. And that's pretty much it.
So you don't even know if Ryoma saw his motive video? What a bunch of crap.
If Maki met with Ryoma at nighttime, that proves he was still alive then.
I guess it's also possible that the third option, if it wasn't Maki or Kaito, and I have no idea how this could have happened, we could consider the possibility that Ryoma killed himself.
Which means, even though we don't have alibis from 8 to 10, Maki and me aren't suspects.
If that story is true.
It's true.
I don't know if they deployed that on case 2 though. They did that once in Danganronpa 2, and it was like basically the penultimate case.
Then why did you wait until now to bring that up?
I didn't say anything until now because I wasn't in the mood to be suspected.
Suspected? What for?
Kirumi said it earlier. It seems that Ryoma and I had each other's motive videos. And that's pretty fishy, right? So I didn't want to mention it to avoid suspicion.
You didn't say anything because you weren't in the mood?
She strikes me as one of the people in this classroom who doesn't really care if she dies or not.
It is quite selfish to keep this information hidden because you were not in the mood.
Well, whatever. Either way, let's just believe Maki.
Yes, yes! Those who believe shall be saved!
No, we need to wait. There is still more to confirm.
Well then, why don't we ask Kokichi?
I doubt they're going to throw away Kokichi this early, so I doubt it was him. But if we are going to say that he was still alive in the nighttime, we basically no longer have eliminated suspects, like, period.
Huh? What now?
You never answered my question. Were you the one who told Ryoma that Maki had his motive video?
Is that really important?
Yes, it is important. Because if Kokichi told Ryoma, it becomes more likely that Ryoma visited Maki during nighttime.
I see. Kokichi's response may help corroborate Maki's testimony.
Now you understand why I don't want your charade. I want the truth.
Well, Kokichi, did you tell Ryoma?
I would believe Kokichi didn't, if only because it's possible that he found out from Monodama instead.
You said it earlier. I don't want to die, right? If you really don't want to die, then you better tell us the truth.
Here comes the dramatic turnabout. Now I'm the one pressured by Maki. Okay, it's true. I told Ryoma.
Just as I thought.
But that's not a bad thing, right? He wanted to know, so I told him.
Have you seen everyone's motive video?
No, not yet. I was gonna wait until we hosted like a movie screening party. I just checked who had whose so I could give them back to everyone after.
I see.
Anyway, if Kokichi told Ryoma that, then he must have gone to see Maki. That means Maki's telling the truth. Ryoma was alive during nighttime.
No, we cannot be too sure about that yet. Even if Ryoma and Maki did meet, it does not mean it was during nighttime yesterday. So you still suspect me? I am saying it could still be a possibility.
Thing is, the time frame in which Kokichi could have known who had whose motive video basically either means it had to be during nighttime or that the existing 8 to 10 p.m. thing is still true. I could believe that he came to visit her, but that also might have been during the 8 to 10 p.m. window, and she's still not in the clear because it wasn't during nighttime. Because if she's, like, you could easily have a thing of, like, oh, she's in her lab, she doesn't actually know what fucking time it is, nor does she have a reason to care.
There's still a small chance of you being the culprit, then I cannot trust you entirely. Because everyone's lives are at stake.
Then which is it? A lie or not lie?
She's not lying. Can't you tell just by looking at her?
If it was that easy, we'd be done by now. No, this is a world of lies and betrayal.
Himiko! It breaks my heart to hear you say depressing things!
I find Maki's testimony suspicious. It's far too convenient for her.
Honestly, all this wonderful voice acting just makes me wish that the entire game was fully voice acted and not just the class trial segments.
This is difficult to determine.
I would love to be able to not have to... I mean, I like... The solo read voice acting is a fun experience, but also it's just nice to be able to sit back and listen to these anime characters do their anime voices.
Lying. Like I said before, a liar like me knows their own kind.
I'm not lying. I did meet up with Ryoma during nighttime. I'm telling the truth.
Is it a lie or the truth? This is the turning point. This will change the fate of this case. And I said I would believe in Kaito, and that means believing in Maki. And that means I have to do it. I need us all on the same page. I have to change where this argument is going, just like Kaide did. Which I'm guessing is the clue that this is one where I have to present a lie. Right? So, let's look at these really quick. Monokuma file. This is the stuff about, Ryoma's time of death. Alibis for yesterday. We know what all this is here. I don't remember what all these other ones are.
With Ryoma the previous night.
Maki alone. Oh, it just brings me to the correct one. That's nice. Stay in her dorm room only during... Oh, so that's an immediate thing, because she goes to her dorm room during nighttime, so it wouldn't have been possible for her to meet him at nighttime, unless it was at her room. That might be important.
What a load of crap!
Maki only see Ryoma at night?
Yes, I didn't meet with anyone else.
Did anyone see those two together?
No.
Surely they would have come forward already.
If no one can prove that this meeting took place, then there is no reason to believe your testimony, I'm afraid.
As expected, Maki is lying to us. If you can't prove your claim, then it's the same as an outright lie!
So I have to lie there. I can't say the two of them met now, that's too obvious a lie. So if I can convince them Maki met up with someone...
I met with Ryoma the previous night.
Let's go into his account. That's for that. That's not relevant.
What a load of crap!
Maki only see Ryoma at night?
I didn't meet with anyone else.
Did anyone see those two together?
Is that it? No. Why'd you wait till now to reveal you saw Ryoma? There's no reason to keep that information to yourself unless you're lying. So it's not that.
I met with Ryoma the previous...
Insect meet and greet? Himiko and Anji, Kokichi left the lab at 9 p.m.
night.
What a load of crap!
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
We see Ryoma
Damn
at
it.
night?
That's fine. So, otherwise for yesterday.
Yes, I didn't meet with anyone else.
Did anyone see those two together?
Oh, that was it. Shit. No, it wasn't. Damn it. No, I'm stupid. No. I wish I could see what the lie preview is without actually having to fire it. What's this? Not that.
Yes, I didn't meet with anyone else.
Did anyone see those two together?
Gonta's lie.
Surely they would have come forward already.
That's irrelevant.
If no one can prove that this meeting took place,
Monokuma File
then there is no
2.
reason to believe your testimony, I'm afraid.
As expected,
No. Oh, that drains my HP to do that.
If you can't prove your claim, then it's the same as an outright
What's this
lie.
one? My alibi for nighttime. And Vincent and Maki met up with someone.
I met with Ryoma the previous night.
What a load of crap!
Maki only see Ryoma at night?
Yes, I didn't meet with anyone else.
Did anyone see those two together?
I mean, that's the only one it could be, right? Am I stupid? Like, that's the only point it could be,
I
right?
met with Ryoma the previous night.
What a load of crap!
Maki only see Ryoma at night?
I also don't have the thing to
I didn't meet with anyone else.
do a thing.
Did anyone see those two together?
Surely they would have come forward already.
Unless I'm not supposed to be lying.
If no one can prove that this meeting took place, then there is no reason to believe your testimony.
Or I'm presenting the wrong
As
thing.
expected, Maki is lying to us. If you can't prove your claim, then it's the same as an outright lie.
Let's try on Korakiya's point if I can. No. Nope, not that one. She met with no one. She certainly didn't meet with Ryoma. Okay, I think it's the right one, but I have to redo this. Too many mistakes. Do they think I did it? No.
Is this?
We're gonna retry.
We can't let it end.
So I think I have to present something on Korakiyo's point, not hers. I'm trying to disprove... I wish you could more easily preview what the lies
Ryoma the
were.
previous night.
Not that one. This one? I guess it's that one.
I'll reveal the truth.
Didn't get a V counter. Oh wait, no, I did get a V counter. Never mind.
I might not be able to prove they met, but I can prove Maki wasn't alone.
Oh,
There we go.
please explain.
Well, Kaito and I train together every night. And yesterday, because of the insect meet and greet, we started late. Huh? Ah, Kaito, don't worry. You don't have to say anything.
Kaito, I'm
We were
lying.
doing some frog squats on the school stairs when we heard two people talking.
People talking?
We knew one of them was Maki, but we couldn't pick out the other.
The introduction of lying on purpose is a very funny mechanic.
But now that I think about it, it must have been Ryoma.
What?
Yeah, maybe. That was probably around midnight.
Wait a minute! If you heard their voices, then that means...
So Ryoma and Maki did meet up.
No, hold up! Why'd you sit on that info for so long?
It was funny.
Because until just now, I didn't think it was relevant. I had no reason to bring it up.
Now, we don't know if Maki was really talking to Ryoma, right?
That is true. If I knew for certain, I would have said so sooner. But considering the circumstances, I can't imagine it being anyone but Ryoma. None of us were talking to Maki last night, correct? So it must have been him.
And nobody say you suddenly remember talking to Maki. It's way too late for that.
Kokichi putting his hand down sullenly.
And you two did not confirm who Maki was talking to at the time? If I overheard a conversation in the middle of the night, I surely would have checked.
I mean, we're in this live version of us, we're also way more suspicious for going out in the middle of the night to do frog squats.
We are still part of a killing game after all.
Whoa, chill out. Why the scary face? That was my bad, but it's not really manly to eavesdrop, you know? I wouldn't do something so uncool.
He said, lying.
Anyway, I know that we heard those voices. Maki is not lying.
Then Gonta will believe friends.
Gonta will be like, I believe friends, and then friends go, I was lying, and then Gonta go, oh fuck.
You're gonna believe him? Just like that? But Shuichi has no reason to lie.
Yes. If his lie leads us to the wrong culprit, he will join us in eternal sleep.
Poor Akiyo very clearly already being aware that she's lying out his fucking ass.
Unless he wishes for death, we should be able to believe him.
That's right. You can believe me.
You can believe me, the guy who never lies.
Yeah, you're right. I'll believe him too. Belief shall set you free.
I'd be so surprised if Shuichi was a liar. Especially after we believed him for so long.
Oh, Kokichiyama.
We wouldn't be able to trust anyone anymore. Well, it's not like he's lying anyway.
Kokichi's like, I know what you are. I know what you are.
All right, that proves it then. Ryoma was still alive during nighttime. In other words, me and Maki aren't suspects anymore.
But I guess that means everyone's alibis no longer matter, yes?
So, everyone is culprit again?
So, we're right back where we started. What a pain.
However, it should be clear now that the crime occurred after nighttime began.
But then when was Ryoma's body placed inside the piranha tank?
Which does at least make sense for, like, he could have been killed in his lab during nighttime. That's fine. I think you're allowed in the labs during nighttime. Yes, you definitely are. But it still doesn't really explain how the, I guess, likely pulley mechanism was set up. We'll get to that, I suppose.
Well, the gym is locked at nighttime, so it must have been the next morning, but...
That's not possible. Himiko and I were at the gym, remember?
So did we fuck up by thinking the body got stuffed into the piranha tank?
I don't think so. We have evidence to prove that's what happened.
And when did the culprit throw the body into the piranha tank?
It was when the piranha tank was lowered. So during the show. Right?
The only time they could have done it was...
Unless they hung up the piranha tank. I guess they might have hung up the piranha tank earlier, so it could have gone in during the night.
Did you forget the gym's not open at nighttime, Dick Cheese?
Dick Cheese?
But that's the only possibility, because by morning we were already at the gym.
It may be possible they slipped by without you noticing.
No one can slip by me. I'm known far and wide as the snoozing sorceress.
What a terrible title for a guard.
Are you positive that you did not see it? You cannot enter the gym at nighttime.
Himiko would have seen it. She might strike out, but she always keeps her eye on the ball.
I don't even play baseball.
But we can't disobey school rules, right? The body was probably moved in the morning.
Calm down, everyone. Gonta sure if we discuss disagreement.
I see through your arguments.
Uh-oh.
Disagreement? What? A disagreement? You mean you're split down the middle again?
He loves this part.
Then the Ultimate Academy is proud to present its very own more phenomenal trial grounds!
Yippee! We've been waiting for this!
Jeez, we gotta do that whole crazy thing again?
It seems like our opinions are split on this matter. But if we focus on the evidence, the facts will become clear. All I have to do is show them and make them accept it. If I can get them to see the truth now, my lie would have been for nothing. I won't fail. So is it the split? Yeah, it's split opinion again. I think I remember how this goes. I think I remember the buttons to press here. God, I wish I still had tea. My throat's fine, but I miss tea. I like tea. When was the body put in the Piranha tank? Oh, during nighttime. Okay.
Did the culprit move the body just before the morning announcement?
Nope, damn it.
You were right in front of the door. There's no way we
I meant to go up one more.
Is it not possible you simply missed the culprit?
Himiko!
Now what?
You were right in front of the door. There's no way we could have missed them.
Remember, the rules state that you can't enter the gym at night.
Kaito!
Rules probably don't apply to corpses, you know.
The Piranha tank is too far from the gym's entrance.
Am I stupid?
Next
Yeah.
to gym also off limits at
Maki!
Entering the pool at night's what's off limits, not the pool area itself.
Oh, I forgot that.
But should we trust Maki's testimony in the
Tenko!
It's okay, because we have Shuichi's testimony too.
We have Shuichi's complete fabrication.
Did the culprit move the body just before the morning announcement?
We have to work together.
Did the culprit move the body just before the morning announcement?
Angie!
This one.
I was in front of the gym with the others, before the announcement.
Is it not possible you simply...
Himiko!
You were
This
right
one.
in front of the door. There's no way we could have missed them.
Remember, the rules
Kaito!
This one.
Rules
And this one's the
probably
tank, I
don't apply to
suppose.
corpses, you know.
The Piranha tank is...
I've got this! You might be able to reach the tank from the window above the stage.
Yes.
but pool next to gym.
Maki!
Entering the pool at night's what's off limits, not the pool area itself. But should we trust Maki?
Tenko!
It's okay, because we have Shuichi's testimony too.
We have Shuichi's complete lie. Oh, shit, right. QTE. Are we gonna get a stupid ass musical segment with like Kaito or whatever?
But a corpse could. I am positive that the window was how the culprit moved the body.
That window's higher than the Piranha tank, and it's pretty close by. Curtains might have been closed, but the window was open the whole investigation.
That means it was certainly possible to put the body in the Piranha tank from the window.
However, I'm also positive the pane dividing the Piranha tank was set up beforehand.
That certainly couldn't be tossed in.
Which means it was definitely couldn't have been anyone except for Kaito or Kurumi, and Kurumi's spoken for, because again, like, all the other alibi shit aside, it has to be someone who was involved directly with setting up the stage show. I mean, I guess if then Angie and Himiko are back on the table then. But that being there means that someone involved with setting up the stage, the show, had to be involved, had to be the murderer.
Even if the culprit were to...
So it couldn't have been Maki, even if it were just still her and Kaito as the suspects.
The window is far too high. It cannot be reached from the floor.
Ryoma was small. Gonta could have chucked him easy.
Yes, but Gonta wouldn't do that. Gentlemen not chuck dead bodies.
Being a gentleman has nothing to do with it.
I know! They used the ladder in the gym! You tested it out while you were investigating, Shuichi. That ladder reached the window, right? So the culprit just needed to put the body through the window to pull it off, right?
No, I don't think that method's possible because there was no time to move it. Right? Well, no, because you can't go in the gym during the nighttime.
Oh no!
Oh, unless she's saying it couldn't have reached the window from the pool side.
That's it! The only reason the ladder reached the window was because it was on the stage.
Oh, that too. I guess it wouldn't have even worked in the
If it was
gym.
on the pool side, it would not quite make it.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
The ladder could barely reach the window when it was on the stage. And there is nothing on the pool side of the gym as tall as the stage. Finally, the ladder was found in the gym, correct? If the culprit used the ladder on the pool side, we wouldn't have found it in the gym.
And they couldn't have thrown the ladder back through the window because it's too heavy.
Then Gonta used his hard strength to
Ew.
throw the ladder or the body or something.
You knock that shit off.
Gentlemen not throw dead bodies. Or ladders.
The body could not have been thrown into the piranha tank to begin with. It would need to be placed carefully to prevent the glass pane from shifting.
Got it, Musclehead? Even if we injected tons of steroids into you, it'd be impossible.
Sorry, you're right.
You didn't need to apologize, Gonta.
Miu only references the worst things in Venture Brothers to reference. They're her favorite parts.
You guys don't even know that? What a bunch of dimwits.
Do you have the answer then?
Yeah, use the pulley.
But of course. Tell him, Shuichi. Blow them all away with the truth.
Thanks, dickbag. Hate your ass.
I actually don't know that yet.
What?
The culprit definitely moved the body through the window, but I don't know how.
Seriously?
Serves you right! You just made a fool out of yourself after acting all high and mighty!
These just need to shut up and take their licks.
What are we gonna do, Shuichi? We gotta figure this out or we're done for. Hey, you gotta do something, Shuichi!
I know. I have to do something, but...
I think I know. He says I don't know what to do. I haven't figured that out yet. I know. Damn it. Am I really not good enough? Am I no good as a detective? I can't do this. I can't.
I don't think it really matters how the body got into the piranha tank.
What?
Gonta thinks it matter. We won't know culprit's trick unless we figure out.
We're getting sidetracked. It doesn't matter how it was done, just who did it. We shouldn't focus on where we found the body. Instead, we need to focus on where he was killed.
Where he was killed?
Wouldn't it be more efficient if we focused on the murder scene instead?
So he also might not have been drowned in the pool. He might have also just been drowned in that sink too, so it's probably killed in his lab.
Yes, that's it. We were so caught up in where the body was found, when we should have been thinking about where the murder occurred.
The murder scene would definitely have more clues about the culprit. Why didn't anyone realize this yet? That's strange.
Perhaps the culprit steered the conversation away from that topic.
You're looking kind of sweaty there, bud. Are you okay?
Then, culprit is someone in this room.
Yeah, no shit, Gonta. It's not as if everyone here wants us to find the truth. One of us is trying to sabotage this trial.
Well then, let's discuss the crime scene to figure out who the culprit is.
That's not a bad idea for a robot. The last time I heard such a good idea was... when Nino told me to move in with her under the bridge to get out of the cold.
Himikawa under the bridge?
Pop culture references. If we can determine where this all started, we can determine how it ended. Much too soon. The quick trial's only just begun.
Thank you, Maki. That was a helpful insight.
I'm worried if it's going to be longer than the last trial by a significant degree, because I'm not planning to stop until we're done. So what do we got?
First, let's establish the crime scene.
Wasn't it the dorm room? Ryoma was relaxing in his room when you got attacked.
No.
The cause of death was drowning.
That's true.
There's nothing in his room that could collect enough water.
He's got a toilet, doesn't he?
Drowning toilets? Impossible!
We should consider places where water is stored.
The only place that fits is the pool.
Oh, no, I'm not ready to present there yet.
Even if you use magic, there's no other way.
Well, it must be the pool then.
It's not.
That'll turn drowned in the toilet.
Are you obsessed with toilets? So it was found floating in the pool.
Shut your mouth, you noisy Sal.
Sal?
I can confirm that? That's funny. Cause of death is certainty. Ryoma drowned in water. The pool seems like the obvious answer, but I have my doubts.
First, let's establish the crime scene.
Wasn't it the dorm room?
Pool rules. Entering the pool is prohibited during nighttime.
Ryoma was relaxing in his room when you got attacked.
Wet staircase, piranha
Cause of
tank.
death was drowning.
That's true.
There's nothing in his room that could collect enough water.
He's got a toilet, doesn't he?
Drowning toilets? Impossible!
We should consider places where water is stored.
The only place that fits.
I mean, there's water in there. There's water in the piranha tank. I'll admit I'm not entirely clear on that one.
First, let's establish the crime scene.
Wasn't it the dorm room?
Oh, I guess it could be that he wasn't killed in the he didn't drown in the pool because the
Cause of
pool
death
rules,
was drowning.
right? That's also
There's
possible.
nothing in his room that could collect
He's got a toilet.
Toilets?
Impossible. We should consider places where water is stored.
The only place that.
Oh yeah, there we go. All right. So it's not that there's other places where there's water, but that he couldn't have been drowned in the pool because the alarm would have gone off, and he would have been killed by X-Falls
Not at
instead.
the scene of the murder. Ryoma was killed at nighttime. No swimming is allowed at nighttime, so a living person could not have gone in.
A dead body is fine because it's just an object. But if a living person entered the pool, I think I might cry.
Cry as loud as you want. I'll cry with you. We can spend the night together crying. In the morning after, I'll write goodbye on your mirror in lipstick before I quietly leave.
Only after you leave do I realize how much you really mean to me.
Aren't you guys siblings? You know what? Never mind.
Quit being so gloomy. This is the year of the Jets. Fuck the Patriots.
I can only struggle to imagine what this line was in Japanese. God knows what they localized. Probably something to do with the Tigers, if I had to guess, or whatever whatever the Osaka team is.
Anyway, we can conclude it's impossible for him to have drowned in the pool.
Where was Ryoma killed if not pool? Is there other place where water can be stored?
Some kind of clue. So this is gonna be the scratch sink.
This is it!
Because you can put water in it and there's evidence of a struggle.
The sink in Ryoma's lab. There were distinct scratch marks on it.
Scratch marks on the sink?
And I believe those scratches were caused by...
The handcuffs.
This is it! The handcuffs. They were scratched as well, correct?
Well, yeah. Sort of looked like they'd been scraped against something.
There's also the fact that the handcuffs were from Ryoma's lab. The marks on the sink came from the handcuffs in the same room. The size and shape of the scratches are consistent with the handcuffs, I'm sure.
I don't know how you can tell that, but I believe you.
How did those handcuffs get from the lab to the water tank?
Because Ryoma was wearing them, right?
Yes, though they were only visible for a brief moment when Ryoma appeared in the tank. I am certain he was wearing the handcuffs at the time.
The handcuffs were left after the piranhas devoured Ryoma.
So, the culprit handcuffed Ryoma and drowned him in his lab's sink.
Ryoma must have been pretty yummy. They chomped up his entire body. Arms, legs, brain.
Saying disgusting things. I don't want to hear it.
That crunchy texture with the fatty parts just right. Then when they bite down, it gushes.
Stop! Please stop!
But how did culprit handcuff Ryoma? He could have used Shikuchi method to get away, unless someone ambushed him?
I'll be honest, I don't know what the Shikuchi method is. I was kind of hoping someone would explain it to me at some point, but maybe it's a pop culture reference thing. Either way, I think the realistic answer is probably already handcuffed.
It's possible they knocked him out before handcuffing him.
Or he handcuffed himself, is what I mean to say.
Though there's no way we can be sure, now that he's not but bone.
He seems like the type.
I doubt he was ambushed. I'm pretty sure the culprit got Ryoma by... whoops. Don't pay attention to little old me. I'm just talking to myself.
When you talk to yourself, pretend you're eating and chew with your mouth closed.
She's such a hater.
Otherwise, you'll get a mouthful of peanut butter squid. It's so disgusting you'll laugh.
The fuck does that mean?
So we all agree Ryoma was drowned in the sink in his lab, right? That sink could have held enough water to do it for sure.
Alright, I'm calling it. The crime scene is Ryoma's fucking research lab.
But how did the culprit carry his body to the gym from there? Isn't Ryoma's lab on the 3rd floor of the academy?
It's actually not far at all. Although, perhaps it's more accurate to say there's a shortcut.
Was there a shortcut?
The window.
There! The shortcut is the window in Ryoma's lab.
The window?
That's right. None of the windows in this school open. Except the one in Ryoma's lab.
And the one that connects the pool to the gym.
And on top of that, the window faced the pool. You could see the gym straight across.
Is that the layout? It's not the... That is not my understanding of how that was laid out. I thought the gym was what's the word? Not parallel, but next to, right? And the one on the opposite side would have been the window outside the thing. Maybe I'm just stupid. 1 second. One moment.
Dropped Ryoma's body into the pool area from the lab window?
Sorry about the recurring interruptions. Let's see.
Then they could have thrown the body into the piranha tank through the gym window. How's that? Mission complete!
Your explanation contradicts some things we discussed earlier. The gym window was too high to reach from the poolside, even if one used the ladder.
That's right! I apologize! I must go on a journey to reflect on this!
We keep hitting dead ends, since we don't know how the body was thrown into the gym.
Well, that didn't really give us any info about the crime.
Not necessarily. We learned a lot of important information. Now I'm sure the scene of the crime was Ryoma's lab, the case is becoming clearer. To determine how the body got from the crime scene to where it was found, I have to figure out how to get from the third window to the gym. Third floor window. Possible methods find most likely. It involves the... What in the fuck is this? Oh, God alive. Okay. Accelerate car movement, sure. When you have to deduce how things are connected, Psyche Taxi will start up. The objection to this mode is to gather the letter cubes lying around to form the question. Use the A button to accelerate, left stick to move left and right. Letter cubes floating around, you can complete the question. Once you've completed the question, you can head toward the escort that has the correct answer. What? If it's the right answer, they'll get in your car. If it's the wrong answer, something bad happens, okay? And there will be other cars on the road. If you hit those, you'll take focus energy damage. If it's getting dangerous, use RB to concentrate, stay calm, and avoid them. Please drive safe. I can't stand this video, okay? Please respond at your earliest convenience. Sure, okay, why not? Oh, I was kind of expecting it would just be literally lane-based. But no, this actually has steering controls. That's... You know what, alright. Why not? Why not? Body was brought from where? Okay. Lab window. What is this stupid horseshit? What is this stupid horseshit? I can't stand this game. It doesn't actually affect my heading at all, it just gives me time to think. That's fine. Real Cocomelon-ass visual novel crime solving. Body was brought to the gym from where? Sure. Body was brought to the gym. Brought to the gym from where? Gym window, right? Apparently. You know, when they described picking up the escort, I thought I would be, like, pulling over to, like, let them in and not hitting them with my car. But this is funnier, so I can't possibly, I can't possibly fault them for it. I wonder if this is affected by the action difficulty thing. Presumably. Oh, I missed some. No. I guess that's fine. Hidden Monokuma. Oh, you can get those during the trial sequences? That's fucked up. I guess that means I know where I missed the one from the first case. Must have been in the trial at some point. Huh. Interesting. Move to the classroom window to the gym window. Via the pool, I think. No. Never mind. From window to window, I guess. I kind of assumed the pool was involved somehow. Because we have evidence left in the pool, unless it's, like, completely unrelated. What a bizarre minigame.
I've got it. Ryoma's body was moved directly from his lab to the gym.
Directly? Don't tell me they threw the body from window to window. I mean, we're talking about a body. It's not like tossing a baseball, you know.
No, I don't believe he was thrown, but perhaps another way.
What do you mean another way? There's no other way to move it.
The culprit must have used some kind of equipment.
He used, presumably, the steel cable, I suppose. From the tennis net. Which, again, implicates Kaito, because he's the only other person who'd know that, off the top of his head, that tennis nets have an extremely strong steel cable in them. Found near the body, it might be referring specifically to the rope, then. Oh yeah, it is, okay.
There!
So what was the cable used
behind
for?
The gym stage could have been used to connect the windows.
Oh, there was a mysterious mystery about that rope that only Atua can reveal.
What mysterious mystery?
During last night's preparations for the show, that rope was in the wing of the stage. But the next morning, the rope had been moved backstage for some reason. It's a mysterious mystery. Only Atua knows the answer.
So, during nighttime, someone used the rope, then threw it into the gym window?
So they did use the rope. That's how they bridged the distance between both windows.
Is the rope long enough to reach both windows?
It's 65 feet?
The rope
So
is
probably.
roughly 65 feet in length. As for the distance between the windows, according to the sign at the pool, the width of the pool is roughly 35 feet. And the distance from the edges of the pool to the windows is an additional 16 feet. Altogether, the sum total length from one window to the other is roughly 50 feet.
And pool is only thing between research lab and gym windows.
So yeah, I guess I completely misunderstood the layout of that room. Let's break the 180 rule or something then, because I don't understand. That's not what my understanding of like the layout was at all for the pool room.
Wait, who said that?
Even if
I'll have to review the footage, I guess.
Wouldn't it be pretty hard to tie them to the windows?
Both windows were too high to reach. It would be like tying a rope from one cliff to another.
If the windows were closer together, then they could toss the rope across. But they're not.
No, going to think it would work. Just need one more rope.
Another rope. There was only one, though.
There's not. There's the tennis cable.
Then it impossible.
So this would be tennis net cable. Here we are.
This is it! The tennis net cable from Ryoma's lab could serve as a rope.
How long is it?
About 50 feet or so. But how do they use it?
Okay, so... First, culprit hang rope outside of one window. Then, culprit move to other side. And tie cable to other window. Then, after tying to each window, culprit tie rope and cable together.
So I guess it does make sense if there's evidence in the pool, if they are actually going across the entire pool, because that was not my understanding of how that room was laid out.
It's nothing. Gonta use ropes a lot when looking for bugs.
How's that work?
Even if they did connect the windows with a rope, they can't carry a body on just that.
Eureka! I got it! Thomas Edison once said that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. But in my case, it's 100% inspiration!
Are you sure it's not perspiration? You do be sweating a lot.
You get it. Just tell us already.
They handcuffed the body to the rope and slid it from one window to the other, like Tarzan!
The body would reach the gym window, but it wouldn't land in the piranha tank. Stop making such dumbass comments and keep your smelly breath in your dirty mouth.
You know, good for this relationship they're developing. I'm happy for the both of them.
Tarzan? But they also had to put the body in the piranha tank after they moved it, huh?
That is not feasible with just one rope.
Maybe the rope wasn't the only equipment the culprit used.
Not just the rope.
Well, anyway, it would have been pretty difficult to get that body in the piranha tank. They wouldn't just throw it. The trick was a super crucial part of the culprit's plan.
It's the inner tube, right?
The culprit must have carefully placed the body into the tank with their own hands.
Just like put them in it and like scoop them over.
But is there really a way to do that?
Kokichi, are you hinting at something?
Huh? Hint? What hint? Don't confuse me with your talk of hinting hints.
Confusing me, you're definitely onto something. It's true that the culprit needed to place the body directly in the piranha tank. If the body were to fall, the culprit wouldn't have been able to retrieve it. They would have only had one shot at it, no second chances. So obviously, the culprit would have wanted to put the body in the tank carefully, meaning they would have wanted to get as close to the window as possible. Problem is, how'd they get near it? All that we know right now is that there was a rope that connected the windows. Somehow the culprit used that to move the body and were close to the window themselves. To make that work, they had to have used something else. But what would that be? What could they have done?
All right, Shuichi. The stage is finally set.
What?
Listen up. Do a good job here, and I'll be able to put an end to this trial. It all starts with you. You be the opening act, and I'll be the main event. And then together, we're gonna save everyone.
Together?
You got this. After all, you are my sidekick. I believe in you, so I'm gonna leave the rest to you.
You know, the last time someone did this, they were also the murderer. Kaito. Okay, I can do this. I'll solve this mystery and show everyone the truth. This is the main event. Something was used with the rope to move the body between the windows. Think. Come on, think. Hangman's Gambit. What's this? Move the body between the windows. Is it the... I don't even know what all these things are. Starts with R. Not that one. R-O. Oh, it is that. So is this E? Okay, rope. I might actually need to upgrade this thing to have it flash more often. I saw it's one of the ones I can get. I don't know what a rope was. Rope what? Is that a rope? I don't know what that word is. Ropeway? Okay. I don't know what a ropeway is.
Yes, that's it. culprit used something like a ropeway to move the body.
Is that part of a pulley?
A ropeway, huh?
Or is that the inner tube?
Wow, you got drain damage or something? You need some kind of vessel to use on a ropeway, and we don't have that!
What the fuck is a ropeway? 1 second. I have to look up what a ropeway is. It's important to me to know what the fuck we're talking about. A ropeway. Okay, yeah, so he's referring to probably what is the inner tube, which is the a ropeway is like basically like how a gondola works, right? Like when someone does like an air tram or whatever, like mountain trams. Culprit used it to move the body along the road. This is probably the inner tube. What the fuck is this? In scenes where you have to deduce an image, mind mine will begin. Show hide question, confirm image, dig up piece. Dig up the answer. At the beginning, the answer will be completely covered by pieces. Use the left stick to move the cursor and erase the pieces with the A button. These will be erased when 2 or more of the same color connect. The adjacent pieces will change color in the following order: white, pink, yellow, white. Do it right, you can remove all the pieces from an object. The trick is to predict how the adjacent pieces will change. When all the pieces on top of the object are gone, you can select the object as the answer. If you select the wrong object, your influence gauge will take damage. If there's just one piece left, you can press the A button repeatedly to break it. That will incur time penalty, so don't button mash. Okay. Well, based on that preview image, I know where the rope is, at least. So, dig. Dig. Or not the rope, the inner tube. Never mind. It's somewhere else. Well, actually, no, it's down here. Ba-bum. 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 I'm bad at the gamey parts of this, I'm noticing, but that's okay. It was this thing.
I see it.
Haha.
It's the inner tube. The rubber inner tube we found floating in the pool.
The inner tube?
Remember the inner tube we found in the pool with a rope on one side? Maybe the rope was originally tied on both sides. The culprit made a ropeway by hanging the tube from the rope connecting the windows.
These murders are so complicated.
And because the third floor window is higher up, gravity would have pushed the inner tube along.
My understanding is that none of the people are the ultimates they say they are, or at least some of them aren't, based on like the prologue stuff. Are they all just ultimate murderers?
The inner tube is made of sturdy rubber as well. It could have supported 2 people. The culprit used the ropes and the inner tube to construct a rudimentary ropeway.
That's psychopathic, but alright.
And used it to move themselves and Ryoma's body from the lab to the gym. Once through the gym window, the culprit stood on the inner tube to move the body. Either that, or the culprit placed their foot on the windowsill. That way would be more stable, and let them handle the corpse more carefully.
Which would be where the windowsill damage came from.
Removed the rope from the window frame and left the scene.
I would have been assuming the windowsill damage would be from would have been from like the handcuff somehow, but it actually makes a lot of sense if it's from someone putting a bunch of weight on there.
Well, when you put it like that, it certainly sounds possible. But wow, a ropeway!
You say the culprit placed their foot on the windowsill. Isn't that against school rules?
Is it?
It would count as entering the gym, would it not? Last time we got asked that question, we decided it was okay. Sticking your body through the window is an automatic out, but standing on the sill is...
Wait, who asked you last time?
Eh?
I mean,
It is quite possible that the culprit went to you to confirm the details of their plan.
Oh,
Whoopsie!
Way to put your foot in your mouth.
His foot! Monosuke just unhinged his jaw and swallowed his entire leg!
Well, I know which one of us is dying at the end of this class trial. It's been nice knowing yous.
Cut it out! I can't write this off as a joke if you two keep freaking out about it.
Then your little slip-up is actually the truth!
I'm gonna fucking kill you!
Pops?
You dumb little asshole!
Uh-oh. Daddy's mad at you now.
Don't look at me. This is what you get for acting like a big shot all the time.
Stop. Do not bully Monosuke.
Huh?
No more blaming each other. Everybody makes mistakes. I want us all to get along.
Monodum's right.
Monosuke, you better thank Monodum. Less attitude and more gratitude. Got it?
Why's everyone bullying Monosuke now?
Man, the trial was just getting fun. Why you gotta ruin it with that slip-up? But I guess now we know Shuichi's logic is right on the money.
So Culprit really used ropeway to move body?
Yeah, they used the ropeway to move with the body from window to window.
Try to sound more surprised.
Some crazy-ass shit! But if the mechanism was that complicated, wouldn't it be hard to put it all away?
Not necessarily. All one must do is detach the rope from the window after using the ropeway. Then, after returning to Ryoma's lab, one could retrieve the rope from that side. Tossing the rope into the gym from the pool window would be the final step.
Complicated.
I see! The rope was thrown from the window! That's why we found it there!
With that method, the culprit must have made numerous trips from Ryoma's lab to the pool.
Which is why the crime was committed during nighttime, while we all slumbered. But if the culprit was so careful to recover the rope they used to commit the crime, why did they leave the inner tube in the pool?
I believe that was an accident.
An accident?
Yes. When the culprit was taking down the inner tube, they accidentally dropped it.
Then why did the culprit leave it in the pool?
Because of the pool rules.
That's it! Even if they wanted to get it, they couldn't, because this took place at nighttime.
I see. They couldn't get the inner tube because swimming is prohibited at nighttime.
But couldn't they have used the rope to fish it out?
Not necessarily. You see, the water level in that pool is so low. Even if one tried to draw in the inner tube using the rope, the steep angle the rope would be at would make it nigh impossible.
It'd be different if they used a pole, but there's no way a rope would work.
Even if inner tube was closer to pool edge, water's still too low to drag tube in.
Sounds like a lot of work. I can see why they just left it there.
Yeah, it would take too long. And they would have been busted if someone saw them.
Ha! What kind of clumsy dipshit drops an inner tube and can't retrieve it? Let me tell you, this culprit's a real fucking amateur.
No, actually. Save for that one mistake, this was the perfect crime.
If Maki had never met up with Ryoma at nighttime, it might have been the end for us. Though I still don't know if Maki is telling the truth or not.
Shut up. Personally, I find this culprit frighteningly thorough. Such a bold, beautiful plan. I never even imagined there was a ropeway.
I think I had the right idea of there being a pulley, but I did not guess it was specifically they made a fucking tram, a little inner tube tram. I figured it was like a complicated, like, shoving him into it and like doing some counterweight shit or whatever.
Respect begins to
But I'm also not an
bloom in my
engineer,
heart for this
so-
wonderfully cruel culprit.
What are you, stupid? Don't respect the culprit.
No, respecting the culprit's intelligence is crucial to solving this case. So close, just one step away from the truth.
Now, we just need to figure out who the culprit is.
But of course, it would be pointless to unravel this mystery otherwise.
So, who is it?
Looks like it's time for me to start the main event. But my sidekick here is on a roll right now, so I'll let him take this one.
Okay.
You're just pushing everything onto Shuichi because you don't know yourself.
Well, Shuichi, do you already know who the culprit is?
Yeah, it's Kaito, isn't it? Right?
Shuichi, are you hesitating again?
Things that you say when you're not about to die. What?
Come on, man, there's no need for that. Like I said, you're my sidekick. I take responsibility for any mistakes my sidekick makes. So use those skills of yours I believe in to shove the truth down their throats.
You believe in my detective skills?
That's right. I'm gonna leave it all to you, Shuichi.
Yeah. Need to believe in my detective work. This whole setup would have had to have been prepared in the gym well beforehand. Which means, again, we're limited to Angie, Himiko, Kirumi, and Kaito. Knowing that narrows the list of suspects. I think it's Kaito. Wait, really? Wow. I remember someone mentioning they went to the gym. Wait, so it was Kurumi? Really? Really?
It has to be you.
Really?
There's one more thing I still have to confirm. But Kirumi is the prime suspect.
All right.
Me?
I mean, I'm happy if I don't have to doubt Kaito.
What? Kirumi?
Oh, so Kirumi is the culprit.
That is not yet a certainty. Let us hear her testimony first.
I mean, like, I hadn't cleared her or anything. She was on my list of like, people who could have done it, but also, like, I honestly didn't really have a whole lot of reason to think it was her relative to how extraordinarily suspicious they tried to make Kaito.
Is this true, Kirumi?
I cannot believe you would suspect me. If that is the case, then I will have to deny it. I will not let you make the wrong choice.
The wrong choice?
If you do believe it is me, are you prepared to stand by that decision? I will refute your accusations with all my might, for everyone's sake.
I don't think it's her, but I guess it could be. I don't know.
I, of course, am not the culprit.
Let's check alibis for yesterday. That's the important bit. So we're all in the second meet and greet. Kokichi was in the Ultimate Entomologist Lab until 9. He's with Kurumi from 9 to 10. By 11, he returned to the lab. Kurumi was in the gym until a little before 9 p.m. with Himiko and Angie. From 9 p.m. to 10 p.m., she was with Kokichi. She was in the gym alone for around 5 minutes. That's really not enough time to, like... After 5 minutes, Himiko and Angie joined as well. So she was only alone for 5 minutes. That's not... That is not enough time for her to have killed him in his lab, done the pulley mechanism, or the ropeway mechanism, cleaned that entire thing up, It seems unlikely to me, but I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
The crime was committed at nighttime. And you have no alibi, do you?
I guess that it's committed at nighttime, so I guess the time frame doesn't matter.
I believe most of us do not have one.
That's true.
I have evidence that proves you're the culprit.
You
Do
don't?
you think we would fall for such nonsense?
The trick relied on complex mechanisms to work. But someone like you could be skilled enough to pull it off.
Preposterous. That
What's witnessing Ryoma? It's been around 8 p.m. last night, and you also saw Ryoma 30 minutes before that.
could have been done by anyone.
So Maki alone, standing guard. That's not relevant, I don't think.
Finn has a nice body.
Okay. Good for you, girl. So this is just who was there for the time. Until after 11 p.m. So none of the people there could have been... I don't know.
She and Ryoma could have totally shared an inner tube.
We all could have, except perhaps Gonta.
No. My logic has to be airtight. Hole in her story somewhere. If we stay calm and find it.
I, of course, am not the culprit.
The crime was committed at nighttime. And you have no alibi, do you?
An alibi for nighttime? I believe most of us do.
Is it this one? No. Sure.
I, of course, am not the culprit.
Witnessing Ryoma.
The crime was committed at nighttime.
And
you have no alibi.
Does this tell me anything? No.
Do you?
An alibi for nighttime? I believe most.
Does this have nighttime? No.
Most of us do.
Is this one? Maybe this? No.
I was wrong.
I, of course, am.
I'm okay with being stupid. That's fine.
The crime was committed at nighttime. And you have no alibi, do you? An alibi for nighttime? I believe most of us do not have one.
Okay.
I have evidence that proves you're the culprit.
You don't.
I think we would fall for such nonsense.
The trick relied on complex mechanisms to work. But someone like you could be skilled enough to pull it off.
Preposterous. That could have been done by anyone.
This one might be it. There we go.
No. The only person who could have prepared this murder is Kirumi. Well, the preparations in the gym in any case.
And why do you believe that?
Before the culprit could put the body into the tank, several steps needed to be taken.
Like tying the rope to the gym window and putting a partition in the piranha tank.
That's right. Ryoma's body entered the gym from the window, but that required preparation.
This still doesn't. The thing is, again, like this all makes sense for Kirumi, but this doesn't like. This still isn't clear Kaito either.
That could only have been done when Kirumi was by herself in the gym before nighttime.
I think that's an insanely short window of time for her to have done that, though. Unless I'm just like my addledness is making me get confused about the chronology, the crime.
Kirumi was alone in the gym for only...
I guess I can just let them explain this to me. That's also fine.
Not enough time for the whole murder, but enough time to set it up. Enough time to tie the rope on the window frame and put the pain in the piranha tank.
This is my selfless devotion.
That's true too, I suppose, but...
While I do understand where you are coming from, I assure you this is just a part of your petty imagination. An empty theory created from nihilism.
Not a great counter-argument. Are we gonna blade lock? Oh boy. How many blades? Window frame, black piece of fabric, scratch, sink, test,
If it were solely the rope and partition,
whoa.
I suppose 5 minutes might be enough time. I accept that. However, The crux of your argument is not but a guess. You continue to force the facts to conform to your misguided narrative. When you consider that the crux of your argument is faulty, your entire case falls apart.
What do you mean by crux of the argument? How is it just a guess?
I am referring to the rope. Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor, but there is no evidence to indicate this had happened. In other words, it is just a guess. And then you add assumptions and hearsay to that guess. It is nothing more than deception.
Just a guess. So I guess it's the piece of fabric.
To the rope. Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor, but there is no evidence to indicate this. In other words,
Damn it.
It is just a guess. And then
I forgot I should just, like, I shouldn't break those. I should just, like,
it is nothing more
use
than
it.
deception. I am referring to the rope. Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor window, but there is no evidence to indicate this had happened.
No.
I was wrong!
I am referring to the rope. Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor window, but there is no evidence to indicate this had happened.
No. I die! Yeah! I like how it's like, do they think I did it? Like, he's too incompetent that everyone just assumes he did the murder. I get that it's just like generic game over dialogue, but still. We're gonna retry that bit. This is not a particularly easy bit to control.
I suppose 5 minutes might be enough time. I accept that. However, the crux of your argument is not but a guess. You continue to force the facts to conform to your misguided. When you consider that the crux of your argument is faulty, your entire case falls apart.
Because you have to do that while also navigating your clues, which doesn't seem very organic. I wonder if it was easier on Vita.
Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor with, but there is no evidence to indicate this had happened. In other words, it is just a guess, and then you add assumptions and hearsay to that guess. It is nothing more than deception.
So it's definitely that piece of thing. I should just figure out what the right evidence is, which is going to be brute forced, I suppose.
It is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor, but there is no evidence to indicate this had happened.
Is it that? No.
I am referring to the rope. Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor window, but there is no evidence to indicate this had happened.
No. Am I stupid? Have I not tried all the pieces of evidence, or am I fucking something up?
Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor window, but there is no evidence to indicate this had happened.
I was wrong!
Am I stupid?
I am referring to the rope. Now, with that rope, it is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor window, but there is no evidence to indicate this had
The
happened.
scratch sink. That doesn't work.
Damn it!
So I am just trying this brute force to make sure I'm worried I'm like misunderstanding something grievously about the mechanics. Like, can I not attack through the white? Oh, I can't attack through the white, can I?
I was wrong!
I hate this fucking minigame. This is my least favorite one by a mile.
It is possible to reach the gym window from the 3rd floor window, but there is no evidence to indicate this had happened.
Yeah, okay, so it's just like the white was blocking it. I say, I hate this minigame. I really hate this minigame. My least favorite one.
I have evidence. The abrasions left on the window frames at the gym and the lab.
Were those scratches from when the rope was tied to the window frame?
Just tying the rope to the frame wouldn't cause so much damage. The rope that was tied to the frames must have been weighed down significantly. The frames didn't break, but they were left with distinct marks.
Those scratches are proof that you used a rope to carry the body to the windowsill.
Oh? What's wrong, Kirumi? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Hey, what's wrong? Hey, 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 hey!
Is Kirumi quiet? Cause that's...
Is it just a... Now, to be fair, if none of these people are the actual, like, real things that they are, is it like she's got sick of everyone fucking telling her what to, like, to do shit for her? She's like, I just fucking snapped.
Please answer us, Kirumi.
That seems out of character, but also maybe, I don't know.
If it is for my sake, then it would be much easier to forfeit. But I cannot allow that, because I must do this for everyone!
So she is doing this for everyone, presumably because even though she's implicated, she's not the one who did it.
I have a duty and a responsibility. I must serve everyone and protect them. So I refuse to surrender. They won't forgive me if I do.
Where's this coming from? Unless this is like a meta plot thing. Her response seems genuine, so what does she mean by everyone? She doing this for all our sakes? Am I wrong? Is Kirumi innocent? No, I'm wrong again.
Hey, Kirumi, who exactly is this everyone you're talking about?
Kaito?
I've just got a weird feeling about this. When you said everyone, it felt like you weren't talking about us. It felt like you were talking about someone who isn't here.
Like your motive.
Someone who isn't here?
Someone outside of the academy?
Oh, maybe she did kill his ass.
Hey, do you think Kirumi saw her own motive video?
Huh? The motive video?
You saw your important someone in danger, so you committed murder, right?
Is that true?
I am so sorry for making such a mess. Because of that, I made all of you assume something unnecessary.
Unnecessary?
You saying I'm wrong? This everyone you're talking about?
It is all of you, of course.
So did she not kill him, but she did a complicated thing to clean up the body? Is that it?
Really? Do you swear to a tour?
Yes, really. So please believe me, I am not the culprit. I do not care what becomes of me, but I will not allow any of you to die. Because I made a promise to Kaede.
You did?
She wished for all of us to escape together.
She did do that.
I want to fulfill my duties as the ultimate maid. I wish to serve everyone.
I have no reason to doubt that
Please
either.
believe me. You have to.
Kirumi.
Now, this would be really funny if the actual twist is that the complicated cleanup for the body has nothing to do with the murder. Like if she just stumbled on the person and then cleaned up the body.
Are we totally sure Kirumi's the culprit? Maybe it's someone else.
I think that would be
Are you
funny.
sure Kokichi isn't the culprit?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. At least this time. Maybe later.
How rude.
Then again, it would also be... I guess it would be a twist if Kokichi was literally never the culprit even once. I would believe that.
Just can't believe Kirumi would kill Ryoma.
Not everyone gets to be a culprit.
Kirumi's breakfasts were the best. She always treated us so well.
She really is like a mom.
How many different characters have called her a mom in this game?
Perhaps it was after she gained our trust that she saw her chance to strike.
You really are screwed up.
Screwed up from head to toe. Even through your clothes, I can tell.
I still kind of think it...
Shuichi, please reconsider suspecting me as the culprit.
I still don't think it was her. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You only suspect me because I was at the gym during nighttime yesterday, correct?
Still don't really think it was her.
But you cannot accuse me of being the culprit with that insufficient proof. It is still possible for Maki and Kaito to have gone to the gym. They do not have alibis. They could have pretended to help Himiko, but secretly prepared the murder.
That's kind of what I was already thinking.
When you put it that way, it does seem possible.
We can't accuse Kirumi just based on our alibis.
Because again, like I don't think it was I don't think it was Maki, because I don't think she was actually she wasn't ever helping with the thing. Like Kaito also was.
Guys, maybe suspecting Kirumi is wrong.
Like I still think Kaito's in contention of being the killer, even though Shuichi doesn't.
I made a promise. As the ultimate detective, I made a promise to seek the truth. I made a promise to Kaede, so I'm not turning back now.
They're scared. They're scared they have to accuse one of their friends of murder. So it's up to me. I have to do it. I'll use my detective work to prove it.
So you still believe I am the culprit? But there is no evidence to indicate that I am.
No, there is. I have proof that you're...
Oh, you do?
I realized it when we determined that the ropeway was used to move the body.
I guess she does also know that the baton is strong.
If it was indeed Kirumi who moved the body with a makeshift ropeway, then the final clue falls into place.
Is this the AirSat's piece of black fabric?
The damning evidence that proves Kirumi is the culprit.
Shuichi, won't you please tell me why you are so desperate to pin me as the culprit? Don't you want to protect everyone?
I'm doing this because I want to protect everyone. Shuichi.
Then you're wrong. Your deduction is all wrong.
Your words aren't going to convince me now. Not when I know the truth.
All you care about is your own reasoning. You don't even listen to others. I can't bet everyone's lives on a deduction made by a self-righteous brat. You can't save anyone!
No more doubts. I'm confident I'm right. I'm glad you are, Shuichi. I think I've lost the plot a bit, but that's fine. Anyway, it's the mysterious black piece of fabric, right?
This is it! The piece of black fabric in the pool. That's the final clue that proves you're guilty.
Uh-oh.
It's been bothering me for a while. I couldn't figure out what it was. I thought it was just trash at first, but I couldn't dismiss it entirely. Now that the class trial has come this far, I know for certain.
So what is it? Part of her dress or something?
It's an important piece of the puzzle. Because like the inner tube, it's evidence the culprit couldn't dispose of.
Because it was in the pool.
Huh? Why not?
Using the ropeway, you could slide the inner tube from the lab to the gym. But how would you control it? If it kept sliding and hit the window, the momentum would have thrown the body off. To prevent that from happening, the culprit needed some way to adjust the speed. For example, the culprit could have used their hands for friction.
I like that the resolution of this case involves figuring a way to out-engineer the child-killing zipline.
You're still wrong. Your logic is flawed.
Kirumi, why are you becoming increasingly erratic?
In her defense, she is being accused of murder, very credibly.
There is such absolute beauty in trying to fight against the truth.
What truth? That black cloth is just trash. You can't prove I'm the culprit with just that.
No, it's not just trash. It's proof that you're the culprit.
Finding out how that black fabric fits into this is the key to everything. You're telling me, bud. I'll make it all clear now. Arguing arm. Oh, it's this shit again.
You are incorrect. What is this truth? That is just your empty deduction. You continue to confuse everyone.
I realize it's because I have the difficulty set to easy for the action segments, but boy howdy, this bit does not get any better.
It's just your empty deduction. You continue to confuse everyone. In this class trial, everyone's life is at stake. Because of your self-righteous truth,
Oh, that counts.
In this class trial,
Oops.
everyone's life is at stake. Because of your self-righteous truth,
Oh.
everyone might die.
This is like the only bit that makes me kind of wish I had gone for a harder action scene, because this bit might at least be more interesting.
I completely understand your reasoning, but I will never accept it. It seems you wish to pin me as the culprit. You do not have any evidence. You are only providing us with speculation. I only wish to protect everyone. Why must you interfere? I completely understand your reasoning, but I will never accept it. It seems you wish to pin me as the culprit. You do not have any evidence. You are only providing us with speculation. I only wish to protect everyone. Why must you interfere? I completely understand your reasoning, but I will never accept it. What does that piece of trash prove?
Oh,
It ends here.
I guess if she... That seems wholly unnecessary.
The piece of fabric came from Kirumi's black glove.
So if she used her hands to modulate the speed, it would have torn her glove.
Kirumi's glove?
That seems like... You know, it's fine.
If the culprit were slowing their descent by grabbing the rope with their hands, there would have been a lot of friction, easily enough to cause rope burn. But our culprit was smart. They weren't burned because they weren't bare-handed.
Yeah, the culprit had gloves on. One got all torn up from the friction and...
It fell into pool?
From what I remember, the only one who wears black gloves is Kirumi, right?
The gloves on your hands now. I take it they're from your dorm?
The extra uniforms in our rooms are made of the same material we're wearing now.
The only one who wears black gloves is Kirumi, and then you look over at Miu, who's also wearing black gloves.
We can test my theory by comparing the fabric scrap with your glove.
Well, Kirumi? Will you allow us to compare the black fabric we
Also,
found?
Kibo kind of has black gloves too. It's fine. I'm a little cold on this case. There seems like to be a lot of leaps of logic involved, and maybe some inductive reasoning beyond the scope of the information they actually give you. But it's okay.
Kirumi, what's wrong?
In the end, I'm just like them. I'm scared of revealing the truth, because it means that someone has to be sacrificed. But Kaede was scared too. She didn't let that stop her. She thought things through to the end. I faced the truth and doubted it, and kept thinking, kept going. This is where it led me, and I won't turn away from it.
I will show you the truth.
Oh right, we're gonna do this whole fucking horse show again. Oh god. Alright. Oh my god. Okay. Rubber inner tube. Let's... Wait, where's the fucking... Oh my god. Okay. Friction on the glove. This is gonna be late. Here, probably. Can I not present that? What are my fucking controls for this part again? Am I pressing the wrong button? Can I... Hello? Move cursor, select panel. Yeah. Oh, I have to do it here. I'm stupid. The stream hasn't even been going that long. I'm just very stupid. Where's body carried to? Piranhas in the swarming tank. That's not it. This. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Huh? It's taken from the pool. I'm swimming in the tank. No. No. Carried the rope. This, I guess? Yeah. No. This? Yeah, okay. Sure. Piranha's tank lid. Jim's window frame and rope. This goes up here. No. Here. Which one is the handcuffs? Ew. Rubber inner tube. So... no. Is it really... What do you mean? Huh? What? I like this. This is fun. It's not very exciting, but it's fun. Hey, okay. Alright, that's a load of fun. Okay. Two different inner tube ones. Yeah, sure, alright.
The victim's body was found this morning during Himiko's underwater
Well, alright. I like this bit even though it's not exciting. The rhythm game thing is the one thing I would go, like, turn the action difficulty up for to make it more interesting at least. But I don't want to do that because I don't think it would be good even if I did.
Of course, it was all part of the act. Himiko's escape went perfectly. But when Angie opened the curtain in front of the tank, we saw Ryoma with piranhas swarming around him. Before any of us could react, the piranhas devoured Ryoma's body. And all that was left were his bones and the handcuffs he was wearing. That horrifying sight was the finishing touch on the culprit's own twisted magic trick. The culprit obfuscated the time and place of the murder, implicating Himiko in the process. In truth, the crime began last night, around 8:55 p.m. While preparing for the show in the gym, the culprit had a chance to be alone.
I'm interested to find out at the end of this what her actual motive was, because it seems like an insane amount of, like, pre-planning. And, like, perfect obfuscation, and, like, perfect confluence of circumstance. To have done this entire maneuver. I don't know.
And removed the glass lid to put inside the tank.
Like, she would have had to have this plan ready to go, knowing ahead of time that Gonta was going to give her, like, any amount of time free of Angie and Himiko's oversight. So, like, this had to be planned relatively dramatically. It's just, I don't know, I don't feel very positively about it. I think this case is not nearly as strong to me as the first one was. But I guess if you're gonna have a bad case, it may as well be your second one of 5, because it's not the way you start the game, and it's not the way you end it.
From the stage wing in the gym. And use the ladder once more, this time to climb up to the gym's window. Once there, they opened the window and tied one end of the rope to the window frame. The rope was then thrown out the window toward the pool. These preparations were key for the culprit's elaborate plan. At nighttime, past midnight, the culprit asked Ryoma to meet at his lab. All the pieces were in place. The culprit was ready to murder. First, the culprit knocked Ryoma out, probably striking him from behind. Then, they put the handcuffs from the shower room on Ryoma's wrists. And shoved his head into the sink filled with water. From the water and the pain of drowning, Ryoma should have woken up and struggled. The culprit anticipated his resistance, which is why Ryoma was handcuffed. The struggle left scrapes on the cuffs and sink.
Why'd she cuff his hands in front, though?
Ryoma succumbed.
Like, if he had him unconscious, he would have presumably put his hands behind his back and cuffed him. I guess so. That's a thing that seems like it's literally just a contrivance to leave evidence instead of like something that was like a believable thing you could have found out or discovered. Like she fucked up. Like that just seems like a tremendous oversight specifically to leave evidence that he was handcuffed. I don't know. I'm just not convinced by this one. Not to say that any given high schooler is going to commit a perfect murder, but I feel like I would at least have the instinct to put someone's hand behind their back before I handcuffed them unconscious. I don't know. Even then. There's my 2 cents. Remove the cable from test net and when face full. Yeah.
And then, at the pool, they connected the wire and the rope from the gym window. They returned to the lab after picking up one last thing. The rubber inner tube that was in the pool's tool shed. Once back in the lab, the culprit pulled the cable, bringing up the rope. They pulled until the rope was taut, then tied it to the lab's window frame. And thus, the gym and the lab windows were connected by a single rope. After making a hanger of sorts with another length of rope tied to the inner tube, they hung the inner tube on the rope connecting the windows. That's how the culprit created the ropeway that was used to move the body.
Also, yeah, my other issue being that this was not my understanding of how the pool was laid out at all. Like, I thought that window that's put there was the one that led outside, and that the window, like, directly next to this was the one that goes to the thing. Also, this doesn't really look like how the pool room looked in the thing we went to, I don't think.
An impressive premeditated murder, but the culprit made 2 crucial mistakes.
I don't know.
The culprit got on the inner tube.
I'll have to review it in footage. It just seems like something is not Like, it seems like there's some kind of inconsistency, or maybe, like, again, like, I might just be stupid. I'm willing to believe I'm just stupid.
Between the windows, they would have built up quite some speed. To avoid crashing through the window, the culprit used a brake. They used their own hand to grip the rope and slow down. That would have caused significant rope burn had the culprit not been wearing gloves. But due to the friction, part of a glove tore off and dropped in the pool. Regardless, the culprit reached the window and put Ryoma's body into the piranha tank. The glass pane not only kept the piranhas and the body separated, it also kept the piranhas so close together, they concealed the body. After that, all the culprit had to do was untie the rope and the inner tube. But that's when they made their second mistake. One end of the rope came loose, and the inner tube dropped.
Yeah, there's that too. And it's like, I guess, like, if she has replacement gloves, if she did get a hand burn after all that, she could have covered it up, but she would have left some kind of blood on the rope, probably, if that happened. Kind of weird to think that it just, like, took part of her, like, part of the glove off and then didn't, like, the rest of it just didn't affect her. Because if it dropped in the pool, that means she would have lost that part of the thing, like, halfway down the rope. I don't know. It just doesn't track to me. I don't know.
Thus, the culprit was forced to leave two key pieces of evidence: the fabric and the inner tube. They couldn't retrieve the evidence because of the rule against swimming at nighttime. And that's the whole story. Am I wrong, Kirumi Tojo? The ultimate maid?
The rest of this class is going to have some adjusting to do if not having Kurumi to make them beautiful food and hand deliver it to their rooms.
Do you have any objections?
This is very, very unfortunate, Shuichi. My pride as a maid demands that I fulfill every request that I receive. But to end like this...
Does that mean you admit it?
I forgot I can move the camera around. I could have been doing that the whole time and, like, completely ruining the cinematography of the game by moving the camera around like this the whole time.
Kirumi.
I'll have to remember that next class trial. Unless it's like 4 weeks from now and I completely forget.
The warehouse should have had plenty.
There weren't any. Obviously, she would have used them if they were available. Jeez, Monokuma provided everything but the gloves. That's pretty sadistic. But thanks to him, at least the game became way more interesting.
So, it's decided.
This case was decided the moment someone, who shall not be named, opened their big mouth.
But we don't know that. Maybe the real culprit is someone nobody expects.
That is right. No need to worry.
Oh, Monodem, you're like a mommy taking care of her sick child.
All right, let's go! The heart-racing excitement as the blackened and the spotless finally face off! It's voting time! Now then, it seems the voting has finished. Let's see the result.
I love the one vote for me.
Who'll be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Probably objectively true answer is that it was Kurumi who voted for Shuichi. Objectively funny answer is that it's Kokichi. How'd he do? That's an A rank. We take those. I assume there's an S rank of some kind. Maybe if you never have to retry and never miss. Only got a B in the closing, huh? I guess I took too much time doing that. Also missed a couple. Oh, and the action difficulty is, Wait, what do you mean logic normal? Is it because I retried? Y'all saw I had it set to mean at the beginning. Are you fucking kidding me? Does it switch to normal if you have to retry at any point? Pain in my ass, what the fuck am I setting this to mean for? God damn. That's seriously irritating. Whatever, it's fine. You all voted correctly! What an unexpected and unpredictable outcome! The Blackened who killed Ryoma Hoshi is Kurumi Tojo, the ultimate maid. Bravo! Bravo! Yay! Bunch of voices.
Thank goodness.
Ugh, thank goodness we managed to get through the class trial again. There's nothing good about this at all. Why did it have to be Kurumi?
Yeah.
Truly, this result was unexpected.
Wait!
How can you be so calm about it?
No way.
But Gonta no believe it. Kurumi was so helpful. For everyone. Saying Kurumi is also culprit? Yeah.
Yoo-hoo!
Hey, hey! How long you been lying to us?
The truth
Is that why you took such good care of us? So you could save everyone? You mean she's not my mom? That one's also getting a screenshot for evil purposes. She was never your fucking mom.
Damn it.
Hey, Kurumi, tell me, why? You're always thinking about everyone around you. How could you kill someone? I spent the entire case thinking it was gonna be me somehow. I'll be real with you. Human beings have always been selfish, self-centered creatures. That's why I hate humans. They burn down the forests we call home. They pollute the rivers we drink from. I'll never forgive humans.
No way!
Is that really a reason to destroy them? Some humans are really nice. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Enough with the commentary already.
Say.
Well, Kurumi, were your feelings towards us simply another falsehood?
How?
No, it can't be. Say it ain't so. That was just another lie, too?
No.
I don't think so. I still believe Kurumi cares about us.
What?
And how would you know? I can't say for certain, but I sense that this trial has been agonizing for her. You can't say for certain, That is what a detective would say. Kurumi, are you upset? Because of the people important to you? You mean like from the motive video? So Kurumi watched hers after all? Earlier, Kurumi mentioned that she had accepted a request. Perhaps that request came from someone important in her motive video.
What's wrong?
Do you have nothing to say for yourself?
I do not agree.
No, that's not it. I'm just lost. Because if I tell you why I did it, you will regret what you've just done. Regret?
Damn.
Spit it out already, otherwise we can't accept this outcome.
Please!
Kurumi, tell us. I care about you a lot, and I know the others care about you too. So please.
Understood.
Very well. If you are all so desperate to know,
I shall take that request.
I will consider this a final request and tell you everything.
Well, you know.
No more lies, then. You better just tell us the truth, please and thank you.
Yes,
Yes, I understand.
that is correct.
Your reasoning was exactly right. The reason I murdered Ryoma was because of what I saw in my motive video. As I thought, you did indeed watch your video. Does that mean someone broke the agreement and traded you your motive video? Alright, fess up. Which one of you did it? Close your eyes and raise your hand if it was you.
What are you saying?
Why would the one raising their hand need to close their eyes?
May I?
That won't be necessary. I did not trade my motive video with anyone. Is this where we get confirmation that Monodam just gave her hers? Ah, if you didn't trade with anyone, how'd you see your motive video?
Hey,
Perhaps Kirumi received her own motive video. Huh? You mean she had her own motive video from the start?
Yes.
Oh, no, okay. That's just a thing they just didn't address correctly. Alright. No one had my motive video but me, the video's intended recipient. I have no idea why.
The fuck's going on?
That's not possible. Monokuma, what the hell's going on? That's not her voice. Huh? Yeah, I meant to bring this up here earlier because it's been bugging me for a while. All this talk about videos being switched? What does that mean exactly? Don't play dumb. You're the one who switched up all the motive videos. No, I didn't. Oh? Was I not supposed to ask that? Did you cubs screw up again? Huh? Not supposed to?
Dumbass!
It's all Monophone's fault. She passed them out without checking the names. Well, I don't know. Monotaro should have checked the names too. Wait a minute, I don't even remember passing out any videos. It was my fault. What?
I apologize. I should have been more careful.
No, Monodam, it's not your fault. It's all our fault. I'm sorry to... Ah, it seems I misunderstood. I completely forgot that the plan all along was to redistribute the videos. It's not your fault at all, kids. It's my fault for forgetting.
Thank goodness.
What the hell is this mushy feel-good crap?
You stupid.
You're all idiots. I'm through getting along with you dummy bears. I'm sorry to cause so much trouble. Please continue your boring conversation.
I see.
The Monocubs merely distributed the motive videos at random. Receiving my own video was nothing more than bad luck.
Oh, I see.
So you just watched it without knowing why it was given to you? Hey. What was in your video? I'll have to figure out a better voice for Mew. I can't really do her voice at all.
What's wrong?
Well, you promised to tell us everything.
Yes.
I will tell you the truth in its entirety, but I doubt everyone will believe it.
So,
If that's the case, why don't we all watch the motive video together?
That's right.
Yes, that would be much better. Let's hurry before Daddy gets bored again. How thorough of you. Yet I suppose it is better this way. Perhaps the truth will be easier to believe if you witness it with your own eyes. After Kirumi had spoken, the Monocubs began playing the video.
alright! Back by popular demand, it's time for the motive video! Who's the most important person in your life? And now, without further ado, Kirumi Tojo, the ultimate maid. With clients in politics and finance, this elite maid is renowned for completing any request. One fateful day, she was suddenly summoned by one of her most influential clients, the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister of Japan.
The Prime Minister had a request of utmost importance.
Yeah, this is a really Spartan office for the Prime Minister of Japan, all things considered. Very r/male living space for a Prime Minister's office, I think.
He requested that she use her talent as the ultimate maid to serve her country. He asked Kirumi to
Make this country great again.
and transferred all his authority to her.
What a triumphantly bad Donald Trump impression. You gotta respect it.
No one suspected that the Prime Minister's new secretary was secretly running the country.
You know, if she was a man, this would just be a Baki plotline, basically.
And over time, she became the de facto Prime Minister.
But like, why?
Only Kirumi could save the country from impending doom. Yes, the future of the country rests entirely on her capable shoulders. But Kirumi is up to the task, for she only accepts requests that only she can fulfill. She is driven by the belief that her citizens are the most important people in her life. Oh, and while we're on the subject of those important people, an unfortunate event will soon befall those vermin and sheeple. What event, you ask? It's a secret. Find out for yourself.
Now, to be fair to her, if I was stuck in this situation and I received a video telling me authoritatively that I was the secret super president and I had a duty to save all my citizens, and I was also a high schooler at the time, and that's the important part, that I was a high schooler at the time, I would have murdered anyone. It would be my duty as the secret president of Japan.
What?
What the hell? The Prime Minister? Everything you just saw is true, though I only remembered it upon watching that video. Remembered?
Wait!
Please, hold on! That video is true? I didn't vote for that guy! That's ridiculous. There's no way Kurumi's really the Prime Minister. No, it's the truth. I am Kirumi, Tojo, the ultimate maid, and the most important people to me are the citizens of this country. Now, the thing about this that I don't believe is that you would not have to be conferred the title of Prime Minister in a secret thing. The title empowers the Prime Minister in a secret thing. If you were an extremely sick-ass, like, assassin maid or whatever her deal is, I think people would just vote for you. I would vote for anyone who was truly the ultimate maid. I would vote that person to be the President of the United States in a heartbeat.
I was called upon to lift the country out of a dire situation.
That Prime Minister in the background looks completely different, and also like he's made out of like slime leather. If you're watching the video on the thing, like zoom in, like look at his face. He's so like, he's melting. He's falling to pieces.
I swore to serve and help all its citizens. As the ultimate maid, I have advised politicians many times in the past. But he wanted me to prioritize saving the country from an unprecedented crisis.
I'm going to be honest, your power as the ultimate maid does not entirely explain to me why it is that you were entrusted deeply with matters of secret politics.
I fully accepted this request.
I don't really understand the overlap of skill set.
As a maid, it is a great honor to serve the nation itself.
What did I do?
You're literally confusing the shit out of me, because that makes no sense, and I gotta take a dump.
I see.
So, Kirumi was the real Prime Minister, running the country behind the scenes. How can you seriously believe a high schooler could be the Prime Minister?
You really don't get
I don't think it's odd that an ultimate level talent could be that powerful. I mean, Keyboy's talent lets him pretend to be human, even though he's a heartless robot.
How rude!
I am not pretending. I am still learning.
I see.
Uh-huh. I see. Well, good luck, I guess. Samuki is so funny. She sucks ass. I hate her. She's a little hater. She's funny.
Incredible.
I was aware of Kurumi's impressive talents, but Prime Minister.
What?
Then Kirumi really is Prime Minister? She hold burden of country's future?
Actually,
The motive video aside, Kirumi doesn't seem like she'd lie about something like that.
yoo-hoo!
Hey, I get that Kurumi's really important, but what about that? What was that unprecedented crisis? Oh my god, look at Look at me in the background. She does just look like a little toy dog, like a little toy poodle or whatever, who is in fact scared and has to take a shit. She's making the face of a lapdog in distress.
I do not know.
Why can't I remember? Is it entirely possible the video is a complete lie? Is it a complete lie? It might be a complete lie. Have you considered that it's a complete lie? With our memories lost. Wait, isn't this just like the Ultimate Hunt?
That is correct.
Perhaps it is connected to the Ultimate Hunt.
Huh?
The Ultimate Hunt is connected to this unprecedented crisis facing the nation. If that's true, how are they connected? What is this Ultimate Hunt anyway?
I do not know.
I do not know what is happening to the nation while I am here, inside the End Wall. The End Wall? That's why I needed to know. I needed to know that the most important people in my life were safe.
My selfless devotion.
Because I am duty and honor bound to protect every citizen of this nation.
My apologies.
That's why I needed to escape.
If so...
So you weighed our lives against the lives of everyone else in the nation.
But...
If those are the options, of course you'd pick everyone outside, right? There's just too many lives at stake out there. This whole line is increasingly convincing me that there is, in fact, no one left outside this high school. No, everyone, dude, I've never considered that. What if, okay, here's my magical trick into lying to high schoolers, okay? You introduce yourself as the bear that never lies. And then when someone asks you if you're lying, you say that you're not lying. And because we just stopped Kurumi from doing that, because we selfishly wanted to live, what should we do? Did we just make a terrible mistake? If everyone outside dies because Kurumi is dead, doesn't that mean we pretty much destroyed the country? What do we do?
Wait!
Say, what's Monokuma planning to do with the rest of humanity? You know how many people live in this country? Like 100 million, easy. Editor's note, I think the population of Japan is more than 100 million. I'm pretty sure.
Always messing around.
I'm actually, one second. It might not be. I feel like it's more than 100 million. I'm Googling it right now to be sure. Oh no, 126.4 million as of 2020. For some reason, I've always heard when I was younger, and this might just be a reflection of population density and not actually population, but that Japan was a country with the approximate population of the entire United States shoved into the state of Montana, basically. But that might just be like an approximation for, like, I definitely heard that like from like a television like program, like an educational program. That might have just been like for like relative population density.
Bears do not lie.
Bears do not lie.
Hey,
I am the ruler of this world. Nothing is beyond my power. Also, bears do not lie.
Huh?
Nothing is beyond your power. What kind of arrogant, ridiculous...
100%.
That is 100% a lie. It is impossible that he could bring disaster to a country.
What are you trying to pull?
You guys act like you can't believe it, but you're all terrified anyway. If you can't believe it, then you're terrified for no reason. Why do humans lie? Why are humans the only animal that tells lies? That's false. My dog still lies all the time.
Shut up!
Hey, cut it out. This is serious. How long are you gonna keep talking about Kurumi? Let's talk about Ryoma. It would be a shame to completely neglect him.
Oh, I see.
That's right. We know your motive to kill, but why'd you kill Ryoma specifically? Because he was easy to kill.
Huh?
Easy to kill?
Weird.
Ryoma not that weak. When he used his Shikuchi method, even Gonta no could catch.
I do not agree.
His physical strength was irrelevant when he did not have a reason to live.
Do you agree?
Without that, he became the weakest among us.
Huh?
What? I took advantage of his weakness and killed him. What do you mean?
That is.
I told him I had urgent matters to discuss and to meet me in the research lab on the 3rd floor. There, I revealed my motive video, and afterward I told him, I am responsible for the life of every citizen of this nation, so I must escape this place. He then responded, Yeah, okay. So you got a reason to survive. That's the complete opposite of me. Huh. That's good. If you've got something to live for, that means your life has value. And I'm okay with you killing all the rest of these jokers, because I don't care about anything or anyone. After he said that, he told me he would clean up the tennis balls lying around.
And then he turned his back toward me.
It's that bit from Of the Devil episode 1. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go down to the vending machine to get a snack. It's gonna take me about half an hour.
At that moment, my determination solidified. A person like him would have noticed my bloodthirst emanating. He already knew.
Would he? Oh my god, he's got a fat little thumb. Look at that. Look how fat that thumb is.
He forfeited his life right then and there. That is correct.
That is when I decided I must sacrifice his life for my nation and my people.
Then...
I guess my thinking is like, if we know the flashback light can restore memories, is it possible that these things are just implanting memories of, like, she's just going, oh no, this is totally true, even though it's like just some shit that was made up? Like, is that part of what's going on, why she can't remember? Because the flashback light should have restored all their memories, nominally. Like, or is it just programming? Then Ryoma knew he was going to be killed. Let it happen anyway. Wait a minute, it's Maki's fault that the Ryoma decided he didn't want to live anymore. What?
Because?
Ryoma only gave up on life after you showed him his motive video. Well, since you didn't watch his motive video, I guess you had no way of knowing.
What are you talking about?
What's your point?
Wait!
Wait, you're talking as if Ryoma saw that motive video. Didn't you just say he only checked the name and didn't watch the video? Huh? Did I say that?
Huh?
What are you getting at?
Well, you know...
I probably shouldn't say anything, but someone has to step up and speak for poor Ryoma.
I told you.
Again, what is your point? That he gave up on life after I showed him his motive video? I'll get to that in a sec. But why do you think Ryoma wanted to see his motive video? Because he was looking for a reason to live, isn't that right, Maki?
Why?
How do you know that?
What?
Swap motive videos. Didn't we agree not to show them to each other?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember, because once you watch them, you've got a motive to kill. Baby, I want a motive to do anything but stay in bed all day. I need a motive to get out of bed in the morning. I need a motive to go eat Cheerios.
But...
If it shows someone important to me, I'd really like to see that.
Hey.
Any idea who will be in the video?
No.
I don't. That's why I want to see it. Once I know I've got someone important to me, I'll have a reason to live. I'm kind of just doing Kaito Momota again, but it's fine, because this guy is, I'm not really going to be doing his voice a whole lot anymore after this, so it's okay if it's a little fucked up. If I got a reason to live, then I've got a reason to escape here with you guys. In other words, that video might just give me a motive to live.
Please.
So please. Yeah, alright, whatever.
That's true.
You're right, he was looking for a reason to live. Which means you shouldn't have shown him his motive video in the first place. What do you mean? What did his video show? Nothing. His motive was empty.
Huh?
Empty?
Okie dokie.
Oh, we're up next. Let's give it a watch, shall we?
All right, back by popular demand, it's time for the motive video.
I hope we do actually get to see what everyone's are, because I am deeply curious.
Who's the most important person in your life? And now, without further ado, this message is for Ryoma Hoshi, the ultimate tennis pro. Unfortunately, there is no one in the world who is important to you. I'm so sorry. Really, I am. You have my deepest sympathies.
Screenshotting this for possible use.
Sorry. Sorry.
I have thumbnail ideas already. No one was important to him?
Always messing around.
That's what he was shown. If he saw something like that, he had none to care for and none who cared for him. He found no motive to live. Because of that, he chose to let Kurumi claim his life.
I see.
So that's why. He must have just watched that video before I summoned him to meet with me.
It can't be.
He just gave up then? To hell with that damn moron.
But...
It's bad not to have a reason to live, but it's also bad to have too many reasons to live.
Yes.
That's why you did such a terrible thing, right, Kurumi? For too many reasons.
Yes.
You are free to judge me for killing Ryoma. I would bear the burden of being seen as evil for the sake of my nation and its people.
For everyone.
Because that is what it means to serve with selfless devotion. That's why I needed to survive. Sacrificing you all meant saving the lives of men, women, children, and elderly.
My apologies.
I wanted to live. Kurumi. Monokuma. Gonta, I have question.
You need something?
Oh? What is it?
Hey,
Can Gonta be blackened instead of Kurumi?
Huh?
What?
Gonta.
Gonta not smart, boy. But even Gonta understand what everyone's saying. Kurumi should live, not Gonta. World needs her. I was thinking the same thing. I don't want to die, but Kurumi's life is way more valuable than mine. Kurumi's have got the lives of hundreds of millions of people on her shoulders, right?
Unfortunately.
Logically, Kurumi's survival would result in fewer casualties than our collective survival would. Assuming that video wasn't full of complete horse shit. Maybe it would have been better if we'd gotten the culprit wrong. Because the thing is, I feel like no one outside is alive, because, like, unless we're in, like, a fucking completely hermetically sealed dome, which, question mark, there's no, like, insects or any kind of wildlife at all, which seems like maybe a thing that would happen if there was, like, some kind of climate apocalypse, or if this is another video game who shan't be named and we're on, like, an alien planet or something.
Huh?
I would believe anything at this point. It would not be the weirdest twist Danganronpa has ever done. Well, what do you mean?
Oh, man.
If Kurumi survives, then the nation's future will be secure. Then what was the point of me doing all this? Why did I reveal the truth? What have I done? Was I wrong? I shouldn't have.
Shuichi.
What kind of face is that, Shuichi? If you're my sidekick, then suck it up.
Huh?
What?
Hey,
That goes for all of you. To hell with all this value of life shit.
all right.
Life's not just some thing. You can't trade it or put a price on it. Kaito.
Listen up.
And your life doesn't just belong to you. It's for your parents, your grandparents, your friends, even your neighbors.
I mean,
It's not something you can just decide to throw away on your own.
don't worry about it.
So we didn't do the wrong thing. Life's purpose is to be lived. As long as you stay alive, anything's possible. You can even go to the stars.
Of course.
I'm kind of losing my voice here because I don't have any tea. So I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I want to live. I haven't even traveled to space yet. There's no way in hell I'm going to die here. This is, as looking at the camera, this will be a line that's really funny if we are in fact doing the exact same twist as a different video game and we are in space right now.
Jeez.
The idiot's talking again. But he's right. I mean, you're right too. He is an idiot, but he's right.
So divine.
Yep, he's a damned idiot. My god's really cool with me using his name in vain. Very casual religion I got going here. I don't know why, but idiots always fill me with inspiration. Hey, shut up. I told you to stop calling me an idiot.
But
Maybe a stupid speech is just what we need to hear. Kurumi certainly looks shaken by it. Huh? Shaken?
because
Do you really think someone as desperate to live as Kurumi would give up so easily? Of course not. In fact, she still probably hasn't given up even now. She was hoping that learning the truth would make one of us volunteer to die in her place. That's a great Kokichi face. He's also kind of doing a Baki face right now. That's a face a Baki character would do. Look at him. The face of a little shit heel.
Huh?
What? Well, yeah, but I mean, you don't have to say it like that. But Monokuma would never allow a Blackened to escape punishment, so maybe she wanted everyone to rebel so she could use that as cover to escape on her own. How about it, Kurumi? Am I close? You are the most detestable cretin I have ever met. You know exactly what I would attempt. It allowed me to explain anyway. Oh, what you said was true?
You mean?
You try to trick Gonta? Try to trick everyone?
Really?
Seriously, you backstabbing cunt?
Cut it out.
Enough. She was just trying to stay alive in her own way. Nobody can blame her for that. Kaito's actually being very real here. Here's the thing. My highly cancelable Saturn take. Highly cancelable, I say, as though I don't think it's objectively correct and like eminently reasonable. Anything you do to defend yourself from the alternative being death, like within reason. Like if it is very certain that either you do something or you specifically die. Basically, any action you take to that effect is like morally neutral. It's never good or bad. Like, if you're alive, it is completely morally neutral to prioritize your survival from imminent death. And like, there's limits to this. Like, you can't like be like, well, what if this person does this and you have like no suggestion that it be true? But also, if I'm her, and I genuinely believe in my mission, I will say and do anything to try and trick other people to dying for me, so that I can try and fulfill it. It's defending my own life and also my morals, because like that's an eminently reasonable thing to do.
That is correct.
That's right. I must survive, because I carry the weight of an entire nation on my shoulders. I would not have killed Ryoma if I was so easily deterred. This request will not be fulfilled until I have brought joy to every citizen of this nation.
You must live.
So no matter what, I cannot die. That is why I killed Ryoma. Even now, I refuse to give up.
Huh?
Kurumi,
I see.
you still refuse to give up. So what do you intend to do?
You must live.
I intend to live. I must survive, no matter what it takes. I must debase myself, so be it. I will drink filth and eat carrion to survive. Are those little rings on your glove like grenade pins or something?
I will survive!
I will do anything to survive. She screamed, and she started running. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was a completely undignified exit.
I have to escape. I won't die here.
There's no way I'm letting you out of here. You know, I'm always jealous of a good voice actor's ability to let out a blood-curdling scream like that. I feel like if I tried to do one, even in an environment of like perfect sound booth recording, I would not muster anything so heartful and painful. It was ugly, raw, and feral. She just ran as fast as she could. I heard my voice call out while Kokichi looked on like a little sex pervert. Run! Run, Kurumi!
Please run!
Hurry!
Run!
Hey,
Like I said, I'm not letting you leave. Run!
I will live. I refuse to die in a hellhole like this.
now then, I've prepared a special punishment for Kirumi Tojo, the ultimate maid.
For my nation. For my people.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I will not die!
Man, this is also a great panel. I love all the CGs in this, even the ones that are kind of like weird and off model. Apologies for all the screenshotting in this. I just like the catalog this as I go through. Sometimes it's just for thumbnail fodder, but sometimes just 'cause it's like, oh, that's cool. Where do you get all these randos? I will say, besides the horrible brutality of the way to die, it's very funny after her damning evidence was a tear in her gloves. Jesus Christ. A tear in her gloves from a rope incident to make her climb something that's going to destroy her hands completely and utterly. Man, Monobomb's a little freak. Goodbye, Monosuke. I have somewhat complicated feelings about the degree of emphasis based on the battle damage being done to her clothes while she was being horribly tortured and murdered. I think that's maybe that feels like I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that, to be perfectly honest with you. I am said to have lost one of the funner voices I have to do in this horseshit, though, in the form of Monosuke. Rest in peace, little guy.
Really?
Why, Monotam? Why did you kill Monosuke?
It's okay.
If you need to vomit, let it out. You will feel much better afterward. Monosuke, he was no different from Monokid. He was getting in the way of us getting along. We don't need him.
Yeah?
Don't need him.
Let's get along.
You remaining Monocubs must get along.
We are all
No matter what, we must always get along. Not even Father can stop us from getting along.
I will
Not if he knows what is good for him.
Huh?
This academy belongs to us. The age of the Monocubs begins now. Ah.
How dare you take that rebellious tone with me, young man?
That's nice.
And yet, this angsty attitude of yours is just so cute! It's so cute how your little crew is shrunk by one member. Yup, shrunk. You're not getting any larger, you know. Aww. It's so unbearably cute. All this cuteness makes me feel like I'm about to sneeze. Bitch! Who are you calling an ugly bitch?
Stop it!
It doesn't matter. Now's not the time for that. I don't know why Monokuma hates you specifically. Kurumi.
I don't like that.
I can't take this anymore. Even Kurumi was killed so brutally. They put her in like the fan service chainsaw dimension, and I thought it was like, well, I shouldn't talk about how I thought about it. Don't worry about it. I don't want to do this anymore. Am I gonna end up like that too?
I'll protect you!
I won't let that happen, Himiko. I'll protect you no matter what. I'll protect you no matter what. But I don't want to do this anymore either. Please, let's just stop this killing game. I don't care if we stay trapped here forever.
Come on, come on.
Oh? That's not her voice. What the fuck am I doing? Oh? Isn't that what Atua said? All desire, even your desire to escape this place, can corrupt you beyond redemption. It's Monokuma who is corrupt. He is the one who distributed the motive videos.
I see, yes.
Those videos were more dangerous than we thought. To have driven Kirumi that far.
That's true.
What worries me is, as long as we're trapped here, we don't know what's true or false.
Okay.
That must be why Kirumi did not want to show the videos. She thought that if everyone felt the same murderous rage she did, the killing game would be pure chaos. She wanted to stop it.
Hey.
If that's the case, then we really shouldn't show our videos to each other.
Of course.
That was our consensus from the beginning, not including you, of course.
However,
I had assumed Kokichi would try to show us our videos to get under our skin. But that did not come to pass. What, I wonder, were his intentions? Huh? I never do anything like that. I'm still thinking about what Kirumi said. What Kirumi said? Everything you just saw is true, though I only remembered it upon watching that video.
that's...
What she said earlier, correct? Huh? What about it? She said she remembered, and it didn't sound like a lie either. Maybe that video's had the properties of the flashback light if it made her remember. Like that thing the Let's Player said, like maybe, I don't know, like 20, 30 minutes ago at this point? I don't know, I ain't been keeping track.
What?
The properties of a flashback light.
Okay.
Still, how could Kirumi remember something she never should have forgotten? Serving the entire nation seems too important for her to just forget. That's true. Does that mean we have motives to kill that we'll remember by watching our videos? And if that's the case, maybe it's for the best we don't watch the videos. As long as we don't see the videos, we won't know our motives.
Okay.
Yeah, now I'm convinced. It's probably for the best. And if mine was just some video about, like, my grandparents who wanted me to live or something, that would probably somehow compel me to murder. I don't know. Those motive videos would mess us up. It's better if we just believe in each other.
Yeah.
That's right. It's best that we not remember our motives for everyone's sake.
Oh, dear.
Hearing you speak of everyone's sake is the least believable lie I've heard yet.
That's so mean.
How rude. I'm always doing stuff for everyone's sake.
It's a lie.
I'm sure you won't believe me when I say stuff like that, so I'll just keep lying. This is maybe one of the most honest exchanges that Kokichi has ever had yet. But maybe seeing Kurumi's final moments made me change my views.
Because
She tried to escape until the very end. Running away to live might not be a bad idea.
You're right.
Maybe. Maybe facing the truth isn't enough.
That's right.
Yeah, true. It's okay to run sometimes. You just gotta win in the end. That's all you gotta do. And with that, the second class trial ended for us. A Pyrrhic victory. We still lost a friend. What is the end Kaito spoke of? And how do we reach it? I don't know. I still don't know. When we returned from the courtroom, the area was already blanketed in darkness.
For now.
For now, we should rest. To me, that seems the most rational course of action.
You're right.
Yeah, my brain's out of juice from going full throttle all day.
Why, you?
Like you even have a brain to use.
I won't forgive you.
Anyway, this killing game's over. I won't allow it to go on.
It'll be okay.
It'll be fine. As long as we listen to Atua, we'll all be just fine.
What's wrong?
What's wrong, Gonta? Why are you staring up at the sky? It's just, even when all this bad stuff happens, stars are always so pretty. The stars here are different. Not the same ones Gonta used to. Different? Do you mean the position of the stars? Yeah, Gonta looking, but no confined star he remembers, because we on alien planet.
Why?
Are we taken somewhere far away? Like alien planet? Gonta watch bug movie on alien planet?
Hey, so...
Hey, let's head back already. I'm wiped out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, hold on. I have to tell you guys something.
Huh?
Yellow King videos and True Detective. Watching this makes you want to murder someone. Yeah, honestly, like, Here's the thing. I could believe that these are true memories and that being reminded of them is like sufficient motive for people to kill. But it could also just be like, this is a horseshit story and it is configured specifically to brainwash the person who it has to be more receptive to killing. What now? Like I said, I'm wiped out. Now, it won't take long, so look at my scary Jeff the Killer face and just listen to what I have to say.
What is it?
What is it? What is it that you have to say? Everyone seems to be treating me like some kind of compulsive liar.
Get it?
Well, that's ridiculous. There's a way worse liar than me in our group.
Huh?
A liar worse than you? I'm talking about Maki.
What?
What do you mean Maki's a liar? Maki admitted it during the class trial, remember? Ryoma wanted her to show him his motive video because he was looking for a reason to live. But that wasn't the whole story. Ryoma was blackmailing you, wasn't he, Maki?
Huh?
Blackmail? Ryoma just so happened to discover Maki's true identity. So he used that to blackmail her. I bet he said something like, "If you don't show me my motive video, I'll tell everyone what you really are." Wow, Kokichi, that's such a good Ryoma Hashi impression. Thanks, Monokuma. I know you're there. That's why Maki didn't want us to know she met with Ryoma. He wanted to keep her true identity a secret. That's why she kept quiet until the last minute.
Hold on.
Why, what the shit are you making up now? Maki's true identity? What? I've known Maki's true identity the whole time. A face of murder. For a moment there, I thought Maki had disappeared. She moved so fast. Oh, look at him getting what he deserves.
You know, this is an interesting turn of events.
I would ship Kokichi Omo with anyone if they were if there was like if either he's bullying someone or being bullied by someone else. He's my little bicycle in that way.
Hey, Maki, what the hell's going on?
He has so much ship tension with like so many different characters in this cast. Even in just like random moments like this, like saying I've known your identity the whole time, then immediately getting choked.
Yeah, you can probably snap my neck like a twig right now.
A rare moment of heterosexual Yuri is happening right now.
But that's not your style. You would rather kill from the shadows. Right, Miss Ultimate Assassin?
Oh my god. Very funny considering the voice cast of Kirumi having been voiced by 2B, that character is not the ultimate assassin. To me, I think it's a funny confluence of cast. It's not like they could have known those games are contemporaneous, but still. I would like to save, because that's going to do it for the Class 2. That's going to do it for Chapter 2 in general, really. We're going to close the game there. So, let me switch to the outro screen as we move on. Thank you for joining me. We're going to resume... next time my stream is going to be on Thursday, and it's not going to be this. Thursday is my birthday. I'm going to be doing something for the birthday stream. You'll find out what that is when I get there. We will be coming back with this next Thursday on the 9th, I suppose. Or no, the 8th, excuse me. On the 8th, we'll be coming back with this. So I'll have a birthday stream on the 1st, and then we'll do something else Monday or Tuesday. I'm not sure what. Gives us a little break before we get back to all this. But we will be getting back to it. I'm hoping we can get through Case 3 during the month of May. We might have an interruption because I'm going to be... Oh yeah, we might have a break between that and the trial if it keeps pace, because I'll be on a trip during the 3rd week of May. But we'll be getting back to this soon in the grand scheme of things. So thank you all for coming. I hope to see you on Thursday if you are watching this live or listening to this before Thursday, May 1st, 2025. And if you're not, if you're listening later, I hope to see you on any other Thursday I stream also. But really, I would like you to be there for that. If only as a birthday present for me. Because odds are good you're not going to buy me anything because I have not given you the means to. But you could also pay attention to my streaming and subscribe to me on Twitch and things of that nature because it's helpful and I appreciate it and all that. Anyway, now that I'm done shamelessly begging, good night and see y'all later.